Hi, David.
Hi, John. Hi, Tushar.
Hey, David.
I can see you, Tushar. I can hear you. Your logo's good, so you are good to go.
Great, thank you.
And John, let me find you. Hang on just a second. Hi, John.
Hi. You can hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can see you, and your logo is good.
All right.
So you're good to go.
Hi, David. Hey,
Hi, Rogerio.
Hi, David.
Hi,
Hi, Rogerio.
Stacy.
Can you see me and hear me okay?
I can hear you and see you okay. Your logo's good. And Rogerio, you're the same. I can hear and see you and your logo is good. So you're good to go.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Hello, David. Can you hear me?
Hi, Michael. Yes, I can hear you. I can
Great.
see you and you just need to do your background.
Thank you. 1 minute here.
Okay.
My other computer actually just crashed on me while I was logging in. So
Okay.
I'm
I
trying
know
to
one
find
of
the
our other
background.
commissioners is having internet issues earlier. So
Yeah, I guess it's just one of those days.
yeah.
Backwards. How about now?
Perfect. You're good to go.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. See you in a bit.
Thanks.
Okay, it's 6:30. If I can have all the commissioners online, please. Everybody else, please turn your videos off until you're called. Hello, Lynn.
Good evening. Have we got all of our people? Plus a few.
Yes, I think we're all here.
3, 6, 7.
We are good to go. So
Okay.
whenever you're ready, Chair.
Very good. I am going to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. It is Thursday, February 17th at 6:32 p.m. Before I go any further, I have recently experienced a internet outage in the neighborhood, and they've got it back up and running. But should I go missing, Chair Jones will call us a brief recess while I tether other equipment and re-log in on another vehicle. So I just wanted to give you a heads up if that happens. Now back to our regular sheet music. In an effort to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19 coronavirus, AB 361 has authorized public meetings to take place via teleconference because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing. This Planning Commission meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission Secretary should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the planning commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833, meeting ID 817-3065-2489, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options and a guide to troubleshoot your connection. If you continue to experience difficulties, you can also call 323-848-3151. With that, let's move on to item 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask everyone to mute themselves, and if our newest commissioner, Mr. Gregoire, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. David, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, commissioners. Commissioner Thomas.
Here.
Commissioner Lombardi.
Here.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Here.
Commissioner Dutta.
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Here.
Vice Chair Jones.
Here.
Chair Hoopengarner,
Here.
and we have a quorum.
Thank you. Item 4, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? If not, can I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Gregoire, and a second
Second.
from Commissioner Thomas. Okay, thank you. And moving on to item 5, approval of the minutes. These are the minutes from the January 20th, 22 meeting. Are there any changes or corrections? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve? Commissioner Dutta, thank you. And a
I'll second.
second from Vice Chair Jones. Thank you. Oh, David, we didn't call the roll on the agenda, did we?
No, we did.
Okay,
So let's
clap
do
my
that.
hand.
Let's do that first. I should have caught that too myself. Commissioner Thomas, this is for the approval of the agenda. Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
yes,
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner,
Yes,
and the agenda is approved as presented for February 17th, 2022. And we will go ahead then, and this is for the approval of the minutes for January 20th, 2022. Commissioner Carvalero,
yes,
Commissioner Dutta.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner,
yes.
and the minutes are approved for January 20th, 2022 as presented.
Very good. Thank you, David. Public comment, item 6. David, do we have public?
Actually, I do. I received one comment. This is from, I believe her name is, let me find her here, just one moment. Isa? Raisa, I'm sorry, Raisa.
Raisa, for public comment, not speaking on one of the items.
Yes.
Okay,
Raisa, go
and-
ahead and unmute. If there's anybody else on the platform at this time that would like to speak under public comment, this is a general public comment, not for items on the agenda. If you're on the Zoom platform, just use the raised hand feature for me. If you're calling in, just *9 for me, and that'll let me know that you'd like to speak.
if you would, each will have 3 minutes to speak, and you have, please state your name and city of residence.
Thank you. Raisa, you can go ahead and go. I believe she's a representative for the Russian Advisory Board that would like to speak briefly. And she's on the platform with us. I'm not sure. Raisa, are you there? You need to unmute and turn your video or camera on if you'd like. Okay, I guess not. And she was our last and only speaker. There will be another opportunity for her to speak at the end of the meeting if she'd like under the other public comment. You're muted.
Trying to multitask and tick off items at the same time. Item 7, the director's report, Mr. Kehoe.
Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Commission. John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. Just a quick update on council items. At the last meeting, the council reviewed the housing element. They still had some concerns they'd like staff to address. So that item was continued, and we'll be bringing that back pretty soon, but I don't remember the exact date, but it should be in March, I believe. Another item that's the council continued and is coming back on the upcoming city council meeting, and that's the appeal of 1301 Fairfax. You may remember that was the co-living project that the Planning Commission approved and was on appeal. The council heard public testimony and then had some comments, and they asked the developer to go back and take a look at some design issues related to the affordable housing. And so that's coming back to the council on Tuesday. And that's the other thing for anyone watching. The city council meeting due to the holiday is on Tuesday next week. With that, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I have one question. The housing element is coming back to council, or is it coming by way of us?
It's going back to the council. Because the
Okay,
council asked for changes to be made, like they listed some items that they would like included. So we're addressing those things and bringing it back to them.
okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of our director? Okay, there being none, let's move on to item 8, items from commissioners. Do I see a show of hands for any items from commissioners? I just have one, and that's just a request to staff to, kind of keep an eye on this noticing business. We've had a couple of other run-ins, and we just had it on the R1, R2 situation where it turned out that that item was not noticed to one of the neighborhoods. And so if, it really just kind of bollockses up everyone's time and energy, and extra diligence in this area would be very helpful. All right, if there's no other items from commissioners, item number 9, the consent calendar, there is none. We'll move on to item 10, public hearings, and 10A, 652 North Huntley Drive. This is a hearing to consider a request to subdivide a 2-story, 3-unit residential building into a common interest development. Just a note for the public, these types of requests must come to the Planning Commission, but this is a request to review the subdivision only. The project itself has already been approved. And these, I believe, this and all the 2 others were approved at the director level, the staff level, and they did not come through Planning Commission to begin with. So with that, Lori, are you our lucky winner?
I am. Good evening, everyone. Let me share my screen. Here we go. Okay, so good evening, Chair Hoopingardner and Commissioners. Before you tonight are 3 subdivision requests for previously approved 3-unit multifamily buildings located at 652 North Huntley Drive, 656 North Huntley Drive. They are adjacent buildings to each other, and 1236 North Spaulding. The 2 buildings on, sorry, go ahead. Yes.
Sorry, I understand why you're doing all 3 at the same time. It makes sense, but I really do want to check in with legal that's an okay way to approach this, because I just announced that we were reviewing 10A and not B and C. And so I understand that Lauren is going to be joining us shortly, but she has a stand-in. Melissa?
Yes. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you. To answer your question, yes, it would be appropriate to have the staff report include all the items, but they are separate public hearings. So you would take them individually as you would any other hearing, but it does make sense from staff's perspective to do one presentation. So that's
We'll
fine.
have 3 separate votes.
Right. And 3
Okay.
separate hearings. Yes.
3 separate hearings. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were following the rules.
No, it's
Thank
good.
you.
Good, no problem.
All right, Lori, sorry.
That's okay. It's a brief presentation. All 3 projects were constructed as rental units, but also comply with condominium requirements. The 2 buildings on Huntley are currently in building safety plan check, so they have not yet been constructed. And the building at 1236 North Spaulding is currently under construction. The request tonight are just for the subdivision component, like you said, and that concludes my presentation. Staff and the applicant are available if you have any questions.
I think you set a land speed record there, Lori. Okay, are there any questions of staff? There being none, is there someone who would move to approve item 10A, 652 Huntley Drive?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Jones. Is there a second?
I'll
Thank you,
second.
Commissioner Thomas. David, would you call the vote?
Chair, my apologies. I believe this is a public hearing, so.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Got it.
It's okay.
We're so used to these things. Okay, so no questions. Is there public comment, David?
I received no public comment forms for this item. However, if there's anybody on the platform with us that would like to make a comment, please *9 for me from your telephone or use the raised hand feature in the Zoom application. And you have 3 minutes to speak. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear.
Excellent. Thank you, David. Sorry for the omission. I'm sort of used to these things going extra speedy. Okay, no public comment, no commissioner comments. Okay, we do have a motion and a second.
If the applicant was, I don't know if they're on the line as well, if they wanted to have an opportunity to speak as well. They may not be.
He is on the call. Frank, do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, if you can hear me, thank you for the commission and the board considering this project, and I would like to give my gratitude to Lori. She smoothly took us through this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I got to put my checklist back up on the screen here. Okay, now we can go to the vote. Close the public comment portion of the public hearing. There being no deliberation, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Thank
David,
you.
would you call the vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner.
Yes.
And the motion carries unanimously, approving resolution number PC 22-1454 as presented.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and Chair, I do have the appeal process.
Oh, you have to do the appeal. Yep.
Yes. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on to item 10B, 656 North Huntley. As Lori explained, this is a request to subdivide a 2-story, 3-unit residential building into a common interested development. Are there any questions of staff from the commission? No, if not, does the applicant have a presentation? There's none. Then, David, do we have public?
Chair, I received no public comments for this item. However, if anybody's on the platform with this, please *9 for me from your telephone or use Zoom's raised hand feature if you'd like to make a comment. And Chair, this one we are all clear on also.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Then I will close the public comment portion of this hearing and ask if there's any deliberation or any motions.
I move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Gregoire. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Well, Commissioner Lombardi, thank you. David, would you please call the vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Chair Hoopendorf.
Yes.
And the motion carries unanimously, approving resolution number PC 22-1455 as presented. And the resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Then let's move on to item 10C, 1236 North Spaulding Avenue. This is another request to subdivide a 2-story, 3-unit residential building into a common interest development. Were there any questions of staff from commission?
Chair Hoopengardner, I noticed there's a second resolution here to approve the permit. I guess the previous permit had expired.
Oh, that's not in the preamble here. Thank you for catching that. Lori, did we discuss that?
This project, the subdivision was previously approved. I think that was stated in the staff report, and it was also an attachment in the resolution, or in the staff report, it was an attachment that it was previously approved. I believe the property was sold a couple of times, and then the current property owner requested, I guess he was not aware that the subdivision request was not executed, and so it expired, and so that's why we are back with the same subdivision request. We just had to go through the process.
Okay, so this is not a, this is a quote unquote renewal, not a new request.
When a permit expires, it's expired as though it, not that it never happened, but it expired, and so it's no longer valid. And so they had to reapply, submit new application fees, everything. So we are treating this as a new subdivision request.
Okay, so it's a new subdivision request. There are no 2 documents. There's no 2 resolutions.
Correct. There's only one current resolution. Okay. The other resolution that was an attachment was the previous subdivision.
I saw that. That's why I was a little confused about the 2 things. Yeah, so it is just that the attachment is the previous resolution.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Okay. Just to clarify. Okay. Thank you. All right. So it is just a track map approval. Yes, there was a previous one, but that's done. This is a standalone track map approval. Okay. Are there any other questions of staff? Is there an applicant? Say yes, Michael, Mr. Lombardi.
I just wanted to confirm there is nothing that would have changed from the original resolution to the new resolution in terms of what we would be looking at since it expired. Is there anything to note or highlight? Nothing caught my attention in the staff report, but I would like to hear that as well.
Commissioner Lombardi, yes, that is correct. It's essentially the exact same parcel map for 3 units. There were no changes. There were no changes to the building. It's just a matter of processing. The date expired, and so they had to reapply. But everything is the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there an applicant presentation?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Haik Marios, and I'm the tract engineer. I don't have anything else to add. I'd just like to thank the commissioners and Lori for helping us to go through this process again. This project was approved several years ago, and we have met all the conditions and gone through the county plan check, and everything is ready just to get this last step down to get the map recorded and get over with it. I really appreciate your help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions of the applicant? Seeing there's none, David, is there public comment?
Chair, I received no public comment items for this for this item either. If there is anybody on the platform with us that would like to speak, *9 for me from your telephone, or use this raise hand feature in the Zoom application. If you'd like to make a comment, you have 3 minutes. And Chair, we are all clear on this item.
There being no public comment, I'm thinking that the applicant's going to waive rebuttal time. And let's close this portion of the public hearing. Are there any deliberations, comments, or motions? Commissioner Thomas? Oh, you didn't have a motion? Okay.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. I'll second. And David, would you call the roll?
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Detta,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Chair Hoopenburger.
Yes.
And the motion carries unanimously, approving resolution number PC 22-1457 as presented.
Thank you.
And the resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. With that, we will move on to item 10D. And this is a hearing to consider the request to make amendments to a previously approved mixed-use residential project located at 9040 90 to 9098 Santa Monica, as well as 9001 to 9035 Melrose Avenue, as well as 601 to 633 North Almond Drive. And who's our lucky winner?
I am, Chair.
Adrian, take it away.
No problem. Thank you. Let me get set up 1 sec. Is that coming through?
Sound, but no picture.
Oops.
Oh, while you're doing that, I want to announce to the public that there have been a number of supplemental submittals since the original staff report came out. So we have it. If you have not previously done so, you can go to the city website, to the Planning Commission page and the agenda, and download those additional documents. I believe there's 6 or 7. So for you who were not aware of those do exist at the website.
Chair, do you see the images now?
Nope. Get the hand puppets out, Adrian. We've got the little boxes.
Hello? No. I see it on my screen. Do you see it on your screen?
No. Are you pointing to the correct monitor?
I'm pressing the slideshow.
David, do you have any super deluxe controls you can help him with?
Adrian, if you want to tell me where your file is located at, I can pull it up and share my screen for it. You just have to tell me when to advance.
It's in the project case folder. Oh, I see why. I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry.
That'll do it.
I have it open, but not sharing screen.
Ta-da! We got your email.
Now?
There you go. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay. Good evening, Chair Hopengardner and members of the commission. I'm Adrian Gallo with the current planning division. On the screen is an area overview of the subject property, which consists of a triangular area bordered by Santa Monica Boulevard to the northwest, Meadows Avenue to the south, and Almond Drive to the east. The project site is generally flat, although the street level elevation bordering the site drops approximately 13 feet from west to east and north to south across the site. The project site is surrounded primarily by commercial and retail uses. The existing buildings have been demolished and the project site has been cleared, graded, and excavated. The applicant is requesting amendments to the Melrose Triangle project. The approved Melrose Triangle mixed-use project. The primary change to the project design involved the removal of gallery and showroom space, an increase of 4 residential units, a reduction of residential floor area, an increase in office space, and the replacement of the central motor court with a large publicly accessible courtyard that would be accessible from a new pedestrian paseo connecting the courtyard to Almond Drive, as well as the paseo connecting Santa Monica Boulevard to Melrose Avenue. On the screen is the approved project components and the proposed modified project. As you can see, from the approved project to the modified project, they've increased the number of units from 76 to 80 as far as residential units, but the square footage for that area was reduced. The office was increased around 83,000 square feet. There is an additional 40,000 that's below grade, and that is not counted towards FAR of the project site, as FAR is any area above grade. We're losing we're losing the art gallery, we're losing design showroom. The retail slightly reduced. Restaurant square footage comes up, and they add additional outdoor dining area as well. So for a total, so we're looking at the approved project had roughly 303,000 square feet, and the proposed or modified project is at 350 for the area above grade. Similar to the approved project, the modified project will consist of 3 primary buildings, referred to as the Gateway Building, the Boulevard Building, and the Avenues Building. As with the approved project, the Gateway Building would be located on the southwest corner of the project site, at the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard, Melrose Avenue, and Doheny Drive. The Boulevard Building would extend along the majority of the length of the project site's Santa Monica Boulevard frontage. Small gateway structures would be positioned at the project site's 2 Santa Monica Boulevard corners. The Avenues Building would be situated at the intersection of Almond Drive and Melrose Avenue, extending along portions of the project site's Almond Drive and Melrose Avenue's frontage. Portions of the Avenues Building would surround a landscaped courtyard, which would be positioned between the Avenues Building and Boulevard Building. Portions of the three main buildings would surround two paseos running through the center of the project site, allowing pedestrian access between Santa Monica Boulevard and Melrose Avenue, and from each of these streets through the central courtyard to Almond Drive. The project amendment reduces the parking provided from 884 spaces to 526 spaces. Vehicular access to the project site would be similar to that of the approved project. However, the originally proposed driveway along Santa Monica Boulevard would be eliminated to allow for the development of a central public courtyard. The modified project would have two driveways, one along Almond Drive and one along Melrose Avenue. The applicant is requesting a 10% modification to the height requirements of the Gateway Mixed Use Overlay Zone. The Gateway Overlay standards specify that a qualifying project may request up to a 15-foot height increase, but limits any portions of the building that exceed 55 feet to be within 250 feet of the center line of Santa Monica Boulevard. The requested modification would enable a small portion of the residential uses to exceed 55 feet within 275 feet of the center line of Santa Monica Boulevard instead of 250 feet of the center line. The approximately 1,350 square feet of additional residential floor area created by this additional height will only be used for residential units and for 400 square feet of residential balcony area. This will allow the project to provide 80 units compared to the 76 units in the approved project because of the efficiencies of the floor plates and circulation within the building. The project qualifies as a commercial density bonus project. The modified mixed-use project provides 80 residential units, of which 24 would be inclusionary units. The applicant has elected to provide 15% of the total units for very low-income households and 15% of the total units for moderate-income households, as required by the municipal code, which provides a deeper affordability mix and more units than previously approved for this project. In order to satisfy the 15% requirement for a commercial density project, the modified project sets 12 units at very low income level and 12 units at the moderate income level for a total of 24 restricted units. As such, the project qualifies for an additional 20% increase in maximum allowable floor area ratio as a commercial project with affordable residential units, provided the city and applicant can mutually agree upon that commercial concession. Along with the concession for an increase in the FAR, the modified project qualifies for two additional concessions from the city's development standards. The second is an additional 12 feet of height to bring the allowed building height to 72 feet. And the third concession is to allow elevator shafts to exceed the maximum height above the roof line. The city of West Hollywood certified the Melrose Triangle project EIR on August 18, 2014. The refinements to the project design and program proposed with this amendment were analyzed to determine whether preparation of a subsequent EIR is required. The city concluded that none of the criteria set forth in the CEQA guidelines have been met. Therefore, the city prepared an addendum to the final EIR. Although minor changes have been proposed to the approved project since certification of the EIR in 2014, these changes will not result in new significant impacts, substantial increases in previously identified significant impacts, or the requirement for new mitigation measures or alternatives to be studied. At this point, I'd like Rick Edmondson, our city architect, to speak about the project design.
Thank you, Adrian. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. From the urban design and architecture viewpoint, there's been a number of, I think, very exceptional improvements to the project from the originally entitled project. I really want to compliment Andy Cohen and Kevin Kilmer and the Gensler team. They've been very collaborative and very interested in comments both from staff and the public and the design review subcommittee, and have really taken to heart much of what has been brought up in terms of feedback, and really made some modifications I think are quite valuable. So if we sort of talk about it from a perimeter standpoint at the urban design level, the image on the screen is between the Avenues building and the Boulevard building. One of the comments was that in the original proposal, this was a big blank open area in which the elevator bank and the elevator tower was quite visible. In response to that, the team came and proposed this outdoor pavilion space adjacent to the sidewalk, which I think makes a very vibrant and lively pedestrian experience and a very inviting and welcoming entry into the main courtyard space. Adrian, if we could sort of circle around to the next one. On the Melrose side, there was some significant modifications in response to feedback, one of which was a reshifting of the Paseo and how it connects down to Melrose. It's been moved closer to Almond, and the applicants will get into greater detail to that. But I think that in conjunction with another entrance makes the experience from Melrose to Santa Monica much stronger urban connection through a courtyard, which is very effective. Also to the left of this image, in the previous scheme, there was a rather large wall that ran along Melrose. It was sort of unadorned and not a great experience. In response to that, the team went and re-looked at it and integrated some stepping conditions with some plants and a much, again, more welcoming and inviting way that the building meets the ground and really addresses the difficult topography. I would point out that there's well over a 20-foot drop from the extreme high to low on this project, so there's a significant slope. In the public way itself, one of the concerns that was brought up is that when pedestrians are walking westbound, say from the block over where Gracias Madre and Craig's would be, that there was really no wayfinding or device that invited you into the project from Melrose. The applicants have looked at the public way and have proposed some parklets and some drop zones, and working in conjunction with the staircases, I think is a really effective way of attracting pedestrians to take the procession to the west, inviting them up into the project. They've also integrated something that I personally would love to see more of in larger projects like this, what they're calling liner retail components, which are these little shallow depth components along the sidewalk. In this image at the bottom, they have some of this liner retail, which also helps to activate the pedestrian experience. Significant improvement from the original project. Next, Adrian.
I only have those two.
Can we go to the Melrose or the Almond Steps one? There we go. Yeah, and I think this is another important component. One of the challenges of Almond is that there's a capacitor yard and SCE vault, which takes up a significant amount of the total length of Almond. And the design team has gone back and really thought through how to activate at least the remaining portions of Almond to the best of they can. I think adding these steps that lead up into the courtyard and align with hopeful maybe some future connections into the greater Melrose Triangle area. The general plan calls for this area to be a walking district. And by creating these steps, should there in the future be some sort of connection through from Lapeer, we would then have between the Robertson Lane project and this project, a fully connected district where you wouldn't necessarily have to walk around the full triangle perimeter to experience the district. So from an urban design standpoint, really applaud that as a device. They've also handled the topography rather nimbly with a two-story cafe that has the outdoor seating component along Almond, but also connects to the courtyard on the upper level, which I thought was also a very useful solution. So I think all in all, this project compared to the previously entitled project at the urban design level has integrated some very thoughtful components, thought about the public way in a very useful way. I think the one thing that perhaps there will be some conversation tonight is that at the design review subcommittee, There was some significant discussion about the Doheny triangle tip portion where the freestanding retail building sits. There was some encouragement to provide more actively some green space and have a bit more protected and shaded connection that might invite those who are in the Ralph Cornell Linear Park across the street in Beverly Hills to kind of come over to the space, so it would act as a sort of magnet and a draw. I think the applicants have done some upgrades that they'll talk to you about in this pavilion area as well. And finally, I think around the perimeter, there's been some really effective locations for ride share and drop off, which also is something we have to be mindful of going forward as bike lanes start to come in and other amenities on the sidewalks. I think being mindful of how people are going to arrive and leave without their own car is important. So ride share and bicycles are going to be a big part of at least the perimeter resolution here going forward with the public ways. And with that, I think I'll leave it. I did have some other comments in the urban design analysis that was in your packet, but I will turn it back over to Adrian to finish off the presentation. Thank you. Oh, I think there might be a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Okay. The project proposes to amend an existing entitlement. The applicant has made notable efforts throughout this amendment process to keep the project consistent with its original design intent. The modified Melrose Triangle mixed-use development meets the letter and intent of the West Hollywood Municipal Code and helps implement the goals, objectives, and policies of the general plan. Specifically, the project utilizes a gateway mixed-use bonus as envisioned in the general plan. Similarly, the project helps further the city's goals of improving pedestrian orientation by offering a pedestrian paseo through the project connecting Santa Monica Boulevard and Melrose Avenue, as well as improving the pedestrian experience along each of the 3 street frontages with well-scaled building facades, street trees, and outdoor dining opportunities. The addendum to the EAR was prepared to support the conclusion that the revised project will not create or exacerbate any environmental impacts. The mixed-use development project currently proposed for the western gateway to the city of West Hollywood presents a landmark design for an iconic corner, offers additional affordable housing units, ample off-street parking, and improvements in the quality of the pedestrian experience. In light of the above, staff finds that proposed amendment to the previously approved project would be a positive addition to the city of West Hollywood. Therefore, staff recommends approval of their application. Before I conclude staff's presentation, staff proposes to add a condition in draft resolution PC 22-1456. This is a volunteer condition by the applicant to address an additional enhancements to the streetscape along Almond Drive. Condition 7.47 would read as follows. Prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall fund the reasonable costs associated with the city's installation of string lights or a creative lighting installation spanning the Almond Drive public right-of-way between Santa Monica Boulevard and Melrose Avenue. As an example, which shall be reasonably similar to the lighting over the public right-of-way on 4th Street between Spring Street and Main Street in downtown Los Angeles, as designed and installed to the satisfaction of the city engineer. So with that, staff concludes our presentation. To answer any of your questions, we have our environmental consultant, as well as the city's housing and urban design managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Okay, at this time, we will have questions of staff for questions of the commissioners for staff. There's, I'm sure, quite a few. I'm trying to think the best way to organize it is if possible. if I'd like to start with something that I think will help all of us, myself included, is if you could, Adrian, go through the affordable calculations based upon the commercial. We're not quite used to how this is done.
So this is our first project that's taken advantage of the commercial density incentives available in our code. And if the project provides, what, a couple of things here. The provision for the commercial density requires that they partner up with a housing developer, which is conditioned as part of the project, and that the project provides 15% of very low income units within the project. In this case, they have met that requirement with the 12 very low units of the 80 that are provided for the project. And if those two items are met, they're allowed to ask for concessions. In this case, they've asked for 3 concessions. One of them being the increased FAR, the second being the increased height, and the third being the additional height needed for the elevator overruns.
Okay. Were there any questions around the height calculations, all of that? I'm trying to sort of break this up a little bit instead of sort of zigging and zagging all over. Anything around these, the concessions, the height calculations, et cetera?
Commissioner Hoopengarner, if I can make a suggestion, it does sound like, I do imagine there are quite a few questions, but if you, maybe you want to kick it off and just ask all of the questions and may answer some others. And then if other people have other questions, staff can address those on an as needed basis. It's just a suggestion.
I can do that. All right, well, so Adrian, can you speak to, on page 14 of the staff report, the modification request in the overlay zone code, it specifies the 250-foot center line in terms of setbacks and height. In the staff report, it says that they want to exceed this and move to 275 feet, and that the approximately 1,350 square feet of additional residential floor area created by this additional height will only be used for residential units. Can you help me understand how that 1,350 additional square foot is calculated? Because the project is 25,000 square feet of less residential space. So how does that 1,300 calculation work?
So it's the area that's within that span between the 250 and the 275, which is a 10% increase in the range from the center line of Santa Monica. That area that's going to exceed 55 square feet on the 4th floor comes out to roughly 1,350 square feet. So it's the area that's strictly above that 55-foot height on the 4th floor of the building, of the residential tower.
So this in no way has anything to do with the actual reduction in residential space of 25,000 square feet?
Separate. That's just overall. They've reduced the residential floor area for the project.
Okay. I guess I'll zig and zag then my own self. Where'd it go? For clarification, item 3.16 in the resolutions on the original approved resolutions from City Council, there was $250,000 for street improvements on Almont. Could you just clarify? I think I have the answers, but I want it on the record. Has this money already been paid? If it hasn't, should it be adjusted for inflation, given that there's 12 years have ensued since, this original calculation? And are the actual project costs calculated and how did they relate to the $250,000?
So that fee has been paid. It was paid when the building permit was issued for the original approved project. That was just a carryover to be consistent with what was asked for from the original project.
So should that item in, I forget where it is now, 7 point something in the resolution, should that be noted that it's already paid?
So there's a catch-all condition, the very last one in that engineering section that mentions, so the difference in square footages of the modified project will be what they pay us now for our exaction fees. So whatever's already been paid for, we'll calculate what the new fee is, and that difference is what they'll pay for the modified project. But
So
that's
7.46 is a roll-up
right.
of, it's a cleanup clause is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay. So does that include original resolution 3.17, which was a $10,000 bond around the Dehaney Santa Monica intersection? Because I didn't find that in the new resolutions. I could have missed it. There's a few here.
So there is a bond requirement from engineering that's part of the modified resolution. That's in the, I want to say section maybe through 4. But the conditions in this new resolution are tailored around the modified project. So whatever's been mentioned in the previous resolution in the approved project has already been addressed, already been paid, and already been finalized. So now
Okay.
it's just whatever the difference is for the modified project.
Okay, thank you. 7.22, the location and design of the driveway access point to the subject property shall be reviewed and approved by the city engineer. I'm sorry, that's my bad. It says any driveway. I was trying to figure out which driveway it was referring to, and it does say any driveway. My bad. I've got the answer on some of so were any distinctions made between noise projections on the rooftops on Santa Monica or Melrose? In particular, the projections obviously of noise on Santa Monica towards the Norma Triangle, which will probably be largely blocked by the commercial, but were any studies or any issues identified on the Melrose side, which would project into WeHo West, given our history of noise issues projected in that direction?
No, I did add conditions regarding the rooftop use that would cease at 10 p.m. to address any evening events that took place, and under the operations section of the resolution.
And I did see that, but yeah, but there was where did it go? Do we know where it is?
That's going to be number.
I noticed there was 13.7, which was the outdoor dining shall be closed between the hours of 2 and 6 a.m. And so that corner of Melrose and Almont has outdoor dining, so that would be open until 2 a.m.
It's dependent upon what each restaurant requests when they find a tenant. That was just kind of a general statement for the project.
Well, I'll leave it to the public to discuss their feelings on that. But so that was the intention, is that all of those public outdoor spaces could be open until 2 a.m.
That's the normal operating hours right now for any business.
Okay. With or without amplified. Yeah, here it is. It's 12.5. There should be no amplified music on the balconies or rooftop terraces between the hours of 10 and 8. Mm-hmm. That's the rooftop terraces, but what about the commercial properties?
What aspect of the commercial properties?
Well, outside patios.
You mean outdoor dining areas?
Mhm.
Oh, so I had, so again, each restaurant that comes in will request their own specific request. And at that point, we can address the hours of operation for any outdoor component.
And would that be noticed to the public?
Yeah, I mean, it would only be noticed if they were to request alcohol, but if it would be noticed for the request for any outdoor dining request for the restaurant. But that's just a site posting, not a public hearing.
Sign posting and no 500-foot notices.
Right, right.
Okay. Okay. So let's go back to our concessions on these elevator overruns. My understanding of a concession is that it is meant to generate cost savings on a project in order to provide more affordable housing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Of course.
So these elevator projections are allowed to be 15 foot over the roof line, but on the commercial building, the Gateway building, they're asking for 21 feet, and on the Boulevard's building, 23 feet, and on the Avenue building, 31 feet, so double the existing amount. That's not 10%, and it's on the commercial buildings. It has nothing to do with the residential building, and I'm confused as to how the calculation is made that that's going to cause a savings.
So I see where you're going with this. When you're referring to the concession, you're referring to the concession under a typical residential density bonus project, where the concession has a cost analysis tied to it. But with the commercial concessions, it's applied differently. So it's kind of just two-pronged. If they were to agree, or they need to work with a housing developer for the project, and they need to provide 15% of the units within of the project to be very low income. So once those two are met, they have a list of options as incentives. So those are what they've done, but those incentives have to be mutually agreed upon by the city and by the applicant. So right now it's under your review to see whether we're going to agree to their request.
So the discussion around the cost savings, it's just.
It would go to a strictly residential density bonus project. This is a commercial concession request, a commercial project density bonus. So it's being applied differently. So it's more along the lines as an incentive for meeting two prongs, by working with the affordable housing developer and by providing at least 15% very low income.
Okay. All right. I have more questions, but I'd really like to spread this around. So who would like to go next? Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. With the removal of the Santa Monica ingress and egress and the occasional closure of the Almond driveway for special events and public programming, has our traffic specialist looked into what the traffic impact could be on a busy afternoon or evening when Melrose is the only exit for cars?
Commissioner Thomas, what do you mean in terms of Almond being closed?
Well, in the report, it said that the garage had been, it says here that, just want to make sure I have this correct. It says that the revised garage design also allows for closure of the Almond driveway on occasion, should there be an event or public-oriented programming on Almond.
So yeah, that would be dependent upon the nature of the event that takes place within the site, whether or not they want to close off that entrance. But the traffic study was done for this project, looking at the programming that was set aside for this building, and there was no issue with traffic.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was looked at because that's a lot of cars coming out of one exit. That was my only question, Chair.
Commissioner, John Kehoe. So we can close that through a special event permit. So that allows, since it is a special event permit, we can take that time to look at the event and see what those impacts are for that particular event. So that gives us some additional flexibility to take a look at what the impacts of a particular event might be. Because we look at them on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
I think we lost Lynn.
You may have. Let's give it a second. I think
Okay.
she asked me to call recess if it goes, if she can come back, and let's see if she comes back. Dave, oh, there's, yeah, she dropped off. Let's see if she comes back on. Okay, it looks like Commissioner Hoopengarner has, her internet has pieced out for a moment. We spoke before the meeting and she asked me to call a quick recess. Let's take a quick 5-minute recess to see if she can rejoin. David, just for the sake of transparency, would you be able to call her or text her to see if she's available via phone?
She actually, she just texted me and she just lost her internet. Yeah, so
Okay.
I'll touch base with her during the break that
Okay.
we have and work something
Okay.
out with her.
Okay, great. So let's plan to reconvene in 5 minutes, which would be 7:42 p.m. We'll say 7:43 p.m. for all intents and purposes. We will adjourn back here
Just
then.
a reminder to commissioners not to talk amongst yourselves during the break because we've started the public hearing.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks. David, I just wanted to check in to see if you had a chance to speak with Lynn.
Stacy, I still have Lynn on the phone. She's trying to do a workaround.
Okay.
She's working on it, so hopefully it won't be too much longer.
Should we reconvene or should we just continue to be in recess?
You know, why don't we just go reconvene again? I would say let's reconvene for 10 minutes.
Okay.
And come back at 7:45. So let's just come back at 7:55.
Okay.
And hopefully that'll give her enough time to get all the kinks worked out.
Great. Okay. So for anyone who might have missed that, we are going to continue this just this recess for another 10 minutes until 7:55 p.m. So that Chair Huppengarner can hopefully get her internet situation sorted. I know that must be so frustrating for her. So we will see you back here shortly.
Okay. Thank you.
David, can you hear me?
Lynn, it's Stacy. I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, well, at least we've got audio. And I've got a version, I've got David's artwork.
Okay, so you're good.
Well, I don't know about that.
Okay, well, here, I'll put your name on here.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Change me to me.
Chair Huppengarner, will you have video or is that not?
I'm working on the video portion of this entertainment.
Okay.
I've got no background. So you can look at my ceiling. And I've got no stand. Oh, you know what? I might have a.
Okay, Lynn, well, Lynn, that looks good. I mean, we can hear you, we can see you. So this is.
I can barely hear you though. Hold on.
Can you hear me now better? Adjusting your volume.
See if there's settings here. Try again.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah,
okay, I can see you. Okay,
speaker
perfect.
Button.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so So everything's good. What we did is we took an extended break, so we're all coming back in 5 minutes. It's 7:55. We'll reconvene. We want to
Okay,
give
then
you
I will
enough
take-
time.
I will take a minute myself and I'll be right back.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
David?
Yes, Lynn. You're muted.
The good news is I could be.
Okay, well, I can hear you with a lot of feedback, though.
That's because I'm in two places.
Lynn, you just have to mute one of them.
I did. How's this? Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, if we can have everyone else back.
All right. So David, what I'm going to do is I've got the phone still connected in case I go MIA again, and we'll just switch me back to that other video. Okay.
Perfect, will do.
I'll if the internet goes out, I'll just switch back to my phone. So just give me a few seconds to click some buttons, and then hopefully that will solve the problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Jones, for holding down the fort. And my deep apologies to everyone for my lovely Spectrum Business internet connection is back. For how long, I can't testify, but I think we have a solution that I can switch quickly to my phone. So if I go missing again, it should only be a 30-second to 60-second interruption, and I am very sorry. Okay, where were we? Adrian, we were discussing open space calculations on page 50, I believe.
We were, I was talking to Marquita, Commissioner
Did you
Marquita.
lose me before I got my question out?
Yeah, I was talking to Commissioner Marquita before. Commissioner Thomas before we left.
Okay, all right.
The chair, excuse me, but Commissioner Gregoire on screen with us yet.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
There you
Okay.
go. Okay. So we are reconvening this hearing. It is 7:57 p.m. Technology notwithstanding, we will resume. So I did ask if there were other questions, and I'm not sure, maybe the lack of hands was me losing the internet in that moment. So, so Commissioner Lombardi, did you have questions?
Sure. So I believe Commissioner Thomas had a couple of questions and was concluding right around when you lost your connection. If Commissioner Thomas is complete, I would be happy to ask some questions as well.
Actually, I would like to actually read the whole sentence just to make staff aware of what I was referring to. I only read part of it. The revised garage design allows for closure of the Almond driveway on occasion should there be an event or public-oriented programming on Almond as part of the city's pedestrian-oriented walking street goals. And it just led me to think that there might be regular programming perhaps on the weekends. And that's what my concern was, that there would be regular programming on Almond, and that would just lead to one egress on Melrose.
They haven't defined the programming specifically for the project yet, other than the possibility of that closure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you, Chair Hoopengarner. Well, one of my questions may be similar to the question that you were looking to ask, Chair Hoopengarner. So I'll just ask that one first. I was looking at the Gateway Mixed Use Overlay Zone and the requirements there, and I did have a question for clarification on the open space requirements. Would like to better understand that because I did see that in the Exhibit F attachment on page 50, there is a note and diagram illustrating open space. My understanding is that approximately or a minimum of 20% of the site needs to be made available as open space, but then it goes on to mention another 40%. It seems like I can pull that up right now for better context, but I'd appreciate an understanding or clarification on exactly what those requirements are so that we can make sure that they're being met.
Sure, Commissioner Lombardi. So you're talking about the 20% requirement of open space for the project site?
Yes, yes. So I believe it reads that the project maintains at least 20%, must maintain at least 20% of total site area as open space, of which 40% is maintained as pedestrian open space or pedestrian walk-throughs open to the sky. Can you help us understand exactly what that means and how that applies and if it is met for this project?
It has been met. I have to look through the plan set.
And what that calculation is, because it's not on here.
The applicant will be able to define that further when they have a chance to speak. But in the meantime, I'll look for it as well.
And then I guess my other question would be more specific to open space required versus the 40% maintained as pedestrian open space, and exactly what those two mean and how we're defining them.
You're referring to the gateway standards?
Yes. So at least 20% of total site area maintained as open space.
Of which 40% is maintained as pedestrian open space. Yeah, the applicant will be able to address that when they speak, but in the meantime, I'll look for it as well.
Okay. So it appears that may be met, but maybe there's some questions we can ask the applicant under understanding how they're interpreting that and make sure that we're all in alignment and understanding those requirements.
Sure.
Okay. One moment here. Have the inclusionary units been determined at this time, or is that still under review?
That will be determined at a later date when the applicant works with our housing division to set up the agreement.
Okay, thank you. I also have a question, and this is maybe trying to pull on some past history that I'm not as up to speed or aware on. So I was looking at the City Council, I guess it was a staff report from October 6th, 2014. And there was a note about Metro passes for all residents, and it said that the council directed staff to study the possibility of requiring the applicant to provide and pay for MTA transit passes for all users of the project site. Council did not provide a target time period for which these passes would be required. And then it said the conditions currently in the draft resolution. Do we know if those worked their way into the resolution or not? And
they were not finalized as a condition within the approved project.
Okay, thank you. We talked about the traffic circles, so that question is addressed. I do have some questions pertaining to the revised EIR.
The addendum?
Yes. Apologies here. I also had some IT issues and my computer crashed right as I was reorganizing my list here. So the question that I have is there is note of mitigation measures. And I saw in the proposed resolution that there is one project mitigation measure that is listed and noted on page 28 of 29 on the resolution. There's only one though. And looking at the EIR addenda, there's a section which starts on page 13, summary of environmental effects, mitigation measures, and level of significant after mitigation for the approved project. And there's a list of mitigation measures, there's quite a few of them. impacts determined to be potentially significant, and then what those mitigation measures would be. And I'm wondering why those are not included with the one that is currently listed in the resolution. It goes on from pages, these are not the digital pages, but the printed numbers on the bottom of the EIR, pages 13 through to page 19. There's a number of them.
I'm aware of those. I will have our consultant speak on that item. That's
Okay.
Michelle Webb.
Would it be customary for these all to be included? I guess I'm also trying to understand why we have one in the resolution, but
Yeah,
not those ones.
she'll be able to explain the difference, and I'll further up after her explanation.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening, Chair, Commissioners, and members of the public. My name is Michelle Webb. I'm with DUDEC, the city's environmental consultant for this project. Yeah, so that is a great question. All of those mitigation measures would still apply. As noted, some of them have been implemented. All of those are still part of the project, as adopted as part of the original MMRP. The one that I believe you're seeing is it HY-2 that's specifically called out.
Yes.
That one had a minor update to replace an older version of stormwater plans. It used to be a standard urban stormwater mitigation plan, a SUSUMP, that was called out in the previous 2014 mitigation measure. Those plans are now referred to as low impact development plans. And so just for, added clarity, we swapped out that term. The measure is equally as effective. And I believe that staff wanted to memorialize that change as part of the report. So all of those measures that you see in the addendum are still part of the project.
Okay, so all mitigation measures in the EIR addenda must be complied with as part of the project. Where, and are we covered, I guess, on the current draft resolution? Is there a reference to that? Because it seems funny to me that we're only listing the one that has changed.
The previous resolutions still apply towards the project. The resolution for the modified project only supersedes any condition that's been changed, like in this case, the hydrology mitigation measure. But
so those should be on the previous resolutions. If I pull those up, they will be
yes.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can find those in the exhibit. I want to say exhibit. Oh. I don't know if exhibit B has it. I didn't attach the previous exhibit for the final EIR on the mitigation on the approved project, but they still applies to this project.
Okay. So that's available. There's a way we could find it somewhere, but it was not included in our attachments. Is it posted somewhere publicly?
It's available on request.
Okay.
Adrian, I think the mitigation monitoring and reporting program is at the end of the resolution that is attachment B.
Is that B? I wasn't sure if I included it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's at the end. It's a 42-page document is the original resolution. 2014, and so the last.
It was. You're right. I was thinking it was part of the
last 15 pages of it. Yeah. So
Thank
all
you.
the mitigation measures are there, and they're still applicable unless amended.
Okay. Thank you for confirming, and thank you for helping me understand exactly where that document is located. And one moment here, I'm just scrolling back through this to find my other questions.
Commissioner
Have any-
Lombardi, I also wanted to
Mhm.
mention that condition 1.8 also refers back to those mitigation measures.
Condition 1.8. Okay. I have a question about drainage, but I'm going to have to take a second here to find it because of the restart of my computer while I was saving some of this information over. So I don't know if other commissioners have questions. Maybe I could circle back onto that one.
Yes, I was just going to suggest if you want to regroup and follow up at the end do any other commissioners have questions of staff at this time? I would just have a couple more. Adrian, on resolution 9.10.
Condition 9.10?
Yeah, condition 9.10. Make sure I'm getting the right one here. This is our very lovely standard at the applicant's expense. The project shall return to Planning Commission design review. And if subcommittee determines to the full commission review the approval of any substantial modification to the exterior design. A, this doesn't speak to what is substantial, and B, who's determining this? What's substantial?
So we have a provision 19.62 talks about a major or minor amendment. And if it trips the criteria for a major amendment, it would come back before the Planning Commission.
Should that be referenced to your legal?
That actually is, let's say it's, hold on. I know that was the one. I didn't, doesn't have the specific provision in there.
I would say, the zoning ordinance contains lots of information, and we don't put everything from the zoning ordinance into our resolutions because that would be a lot.
Understood.
But the ordinance has a section that talks about what you do when there are amendments to projects, and it provides the layout. So when anybody wants to know if they want to amend it, we always turn to the zoning ordinance to look at the provisions on what's the process, and we look at what it says and what they're proposing. So the zoning ordinance is the guide.
Understood. I guess the way this is worded, it's kind of backwards because it says at the applicant's expense. It doesn't sort of start with the subject, which is if you change it, you got to come back at applicant's expense. Just it's kind of twisty ways. It was a little confusing. Okay. I have one last question, and it's for legal. We have an addendum to the FEIR here, but I don't see a resolution approving this addendum. Normally, when we certify an EIR, we have a separate resolution for the certification of the EIR, correct? So should we be having a resolution certifying this addendum as a separate amendment to the EIR, separate from the project?
An addendum actually does not need to be adopted. It's a document that's providing your evidence to explain why the conclusions in the EIR are still valid and why these changes to the project don't require new mitigation measures or don't create new impacts. So you're really just adding to the evidentiary record for the project, and it's sort of attached with the EIR, and as long as it's presented to the decision-making body and it's reflected in your project amendment approval resolution, those are the adequate findings for adopting or for reviewing and considering an addendum to an EIR.
Okay. Related to that, in 2014, there was a statement of overriding considerations that led to the implementation of the gateway overlay. But I still can't find a copy of where in all of this is that statement of overriding conditions.
In this agenda packet?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's posted with the agenda packet, but when the project was approved in 2014, there was a lengthy document with CEQA findings, and then the last few pages of that document contain the City Council's findings of why the benefits of the project outweigh the environmental impacts from the project.
Yeah, that's the document I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Because I think that's important, because it's that we're being asked to effectively modify that. And what were those overriding conditions, and what was the rationale for those overriding conditions? And does that rationale still exist in this modified project? So to me, that's an important baseline that I don't have at this moment.
I mean, I can tell you generally what the project benefits were, and perhaps when the applicant gives their presentation, they can explain as well. And Adrian, I don't know if you have a copy of the statement of overriding considerations, but the project is on an important gateway for the city. And so implementing the general plan's goals for improving that gateway were part of the overriding considerations, providing housing, creating tax generating uses, having a pedestrian friendly environment that really activated that site. Those were some of the project benefits that the City Council considered when reviewing the original project. And I believe that the staff has done an analysis to ensure that what's being proposed tonight as an amendment also still includes those project benefits. Because you're right, that is an important part of the consideration, to make sure if they make changes that those benefits are still provided to the community. It's absolutely what you're also looking at tonight, and I think staff and the applicant can help explain that if it's not explained enough in the staff report.
In particular, the 92 or 94 or 6, I forget what the number is, additional parking spaces that were above the minimum required are no longer being provided. And so were those part of those that statement of overriding considerations? Because I think that's, again, what was that baseline that was set? Are those things still in place? Because if they're not.
So here's what I'll say about that. The parking is not listed as a specific reason, a specific overriding consideration. The parking was viewed as an extra benefit to the west side of the city, that there's going to be all this parking provided in an area of the city that doesn't have a lot of parking. So generally speaking, a benefit that the project was bringing to the west side, to the gateway of the city, was more parking for the community. Some of which was going to be used, available to the public when the commercial businesses were closed at night. That could be used by the public perhaps at night. And so it was providing more parking opportunities. It wasn't a specific number of spaces at a specific rate. There wasn't that type of parking arrangement, but it was considered
the implication
one way the project was enhancing.
Right, that there was extra parking.
Right. I don't actually see it listed in the actual statement of override, but it was part of the conversation about what benefits the project brings to the community.
Absolutely, and especially in an area where there's extremely limited parking. Okay, those are my questions. If there's no further questions of staff at this time, I would ask, oh, sorry, yes, Commissioner Lombardi, I forgot you found your list. Go for it.
I found my missing questions. There's just 2 of them. And the first one perhaps actually would be best answered by Rick Abramson, City Architect. I'm looking at the resolution. It's under section 7, in particular item 7.33, and it relates to the Melrose, the Design District Streetscape Master Plan on Melrose Avenue. And I guess my question was, I understand that this is an item that's been included in the resolution to make sure that the project's in conformance with that master plan is needed if things change. But I was just wondering if there was any take, given that there's been some design revisions since it went to the design review subcommittee, there could be any potential issues or whether it be coordination or organization of what's happening on this project relative to that. I understand that that's something that's still in flux, so it might not be, an easy thing to answer, but I'd appreciate any thoughts on it.
Okay, well, I think I can start and maybe Adrian fill in if needed. The applicants have actually been in regular contact with the city in monthly meetings regarding the design district. So as their plans have been developing, they have been part of the coordination meetings. So I think that this should fit in very seamlessly. They're aware of what the city is doing. They have copies of the plans, and any public improvement aspects would be going through a public works permitting process, and our public works staff will be making sure it is in conformance with the design district designs themselves. But I think they've done a really good job to stay in touch and be mindful of what's planned.
Okay, thank you. And my other question relates to a question that I think I had actually brought up during commissioner comments a few meetings ago, and it relates to number 7.43 in the resolution. It notes that the property is located in an area that historically has a high groundwater table where the depth of groundwater has been 10 feet or shallower and a liquefaction zone. Applicant should be aware that grading operations, excavation for a subterranean garage and or basement may encounter groundwater, both during construction and or post-construction, and the discharge of any groundwater into the street gutter will not be allowed. I've walked the site and I have seen that happening. So I don't know if there's a special permit or there's a reason for that, or if it's something to be checked upon, or if this is not intended to be in this document because something else was determined, but that has been an item of concern, knowing that this was coming to the Planning Commission, and I've seen that occurring.
In terms of a discharge?
Yes.
So all requirements for handling water discharge goes through the county and goes through the city. So they met those requirements to get the permit that they have now for the approved project.
So they may have a permit that allows them to pull the groundwater into the street sewer?
That would be a requirement from the county.
Okay.
We can certainly ask our engineering folks to take a look at that.
Thank you. It seems like that there's a specific intent with that item, and then there may be something specific to this project and they don't seem in alignment, but there might be something I'm not aware of. So I would appreciate that. And that was my last question.
And on a related issue, given that this has been a hole in the ground for quite some time now, our mitigation measures ongoing at the current time so that we don't have a giant mosquito farm. Takes 2 weeks to incubate and hatch a whole new family of mosquitoes. Okay. Okay, lovely. And one last call for questions of staff. There being none, I will ask for disclosures. Are there any disclosures on this item? Show of hands. Commissioner Dutta?
I had a Zoom call with the project applicant and discussed matters only presented in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Dutta. Vice Chair Jones?
Yes, I had a Zoom call earlier this week with the applicant's representative, and we discussed items contained in the staff report.
Any other show of hands? Commissioner Thomas?
I had a Zoom call with the project's representative and the architect, and everything we discussed was included in the staff report.
Okay. There being no other disclosures, let us move on to the applicant's presentation. At this time, the applicant will have a special bonus 3 minutes, so 13 minutes to make their presentation. I'm giving the bonus due to size and complexity of the project. At this time, you have David will be your timekeeper. And would you please have all speakers identify themselves by name, profession, and city of residence?
Good evening, Chair Hoopengardner. DJ Moore of Latham and Watkins. I'm here with Andy Cohen, the co-CEO of Gensler. I am a land use attorney, and my city of residence is the city of Los Angeles. And hopefully, Andy.
Hi.
There we go.
I don't know why my camera's not working, but I'm Andy Cohen, co-CEO of Gensler, and my residence is in Rancho Palos Verdes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And we first like to thank city staff, in particular, Adrian Gallo and Rick Abramson, with whom Gensler and the project team have worked very closely over the past year to ensure this project conforms to applicable city policies, particularly those related to design, urban walkability, and the pedestrian experience. And we want to thank the Design Review Subcommittee for giving us really excellent feedback this fall. The updated design that Andy's going to present to you in a moment demonstrates how we really listened to the subcommittee and comments from the community and made major changes that we think have made a better project overall. As explained in the staff report, the project the council approved for the site back in 2014 was always primarily an office project with residential and active ground floor components, and the modifications proposed today are consistent with the approved vision for the site. What's changed since 2014, and was a trend even before COVID, is a market shift toward low-rise creative office space with operable windows, natural ventilation, outdoor spaces with restaurants, cafes, and other amenities. The pandemic has only accelerated that trend. So Gensler revised the project to address this demand for this kind of office project that we're seeing in the market, with a real emphasis on outdoor spaces, both those shared with the public at the ground level and on the roof. We've also increased the number of housing units and focused on developing more affordable housing stock, with the average unit size in this project around 700 square feet. Now, here's an image of the site today. Our client is committed to moving this project forward quickly, and as Adrian explained in his presentation, site clearing and demolition occurred, and excavation of the project's subterranean garage is almost complete. So we're now at a pivot point where we can move forward with building the project as approved or with the modifications we're presenting to you tonight. We believe the modifications have produced a better project for the community. We have fewer curb cuts, more paseos, outdoor dining, active ground floor uses, and are asking for your approval so that we can bring a better version of the project to the city. As was discussed during commissioner questions, there were 4 overriding considerations. We confirmed that when the project was approved in 2014, those 4 overriding considerations were affordable housing, tax generating uses, a mixed use development, and providing a gateway to the design district. We believe we're continuing to provide all 4. As for parking, we did a shared parking analysis, but we are not seeking a shared parking reduction like most major projects in the city. Based on the shared parking analysis, there will be a 250 space surplus at night that will be available to the community and surrounding businesses. And finally, there was a question about the storm drain. We do have a permit to discharge into the storm drain. We're following all of our requirements, and we're not discharging into the street, which we understand is prohibited by condition. And I'll now pass it over to Andy to walk you through the improvements we've made to the project. Oh, Andy, you're muted. It's words of 2021 and 2022.
Thanks, DJ. What I said was we and I are thrilled to present the Melrose Triangle project to you tonight, and wanted to first off say thank you to the Design Review Committee for all of your tremendous input, And we've taken, as was stated by staff, we've really taken a lot of the strategic thinking you put forward into the design, and that's what DJ and I are going to present to you this evening. Also, special note, thank you to Rick Abramson for all his tremendous design input on urban context and urban planning and activated street fronts. And again, we've taken most of what Rick has stated and put that in place on the design. So what you see in front of you here is, and it's an important plan, because on your left was the existing entitlement. And what you'll see on the existing entitlement was the center of the project was actually a car driveway drop-off at grade. So what we have done on the right is we've eliminated the driveway that was on Melrose and now filled that full with pedestrian activity. And we took what was a car choked central area, mostly concrete, and made a wonderful garden courtyard in the center of the project. And I'll take you through the key areas of the project, include the gateway, Almond Steps, and specifically the new Paseo location that we discussed with the Design Review Committee and now have strategically moved. Next slide, please. So this slide really demonstrates this idea of having a porous site, an open site, with the Almond Steps and the direction from the Almond Steps coming into that centralized courtyard. The Melrose Paseo, which has now been relocated to the east, much more closer to the north, to the Almond Drive entrance. As I said, we eliminated the driveway at Santa Monica, so now we have this great pedestrian area, and then we've created a new pocket park at the corner of Melrose and Santa Monica Boulevard, and I'll talk a lot about that because that park sits on native soil. Next slide, please.
Native soil.
Yes, native soil. I'll describe that because Rick has made me an expert at that. Here's the Gateway building, and the Gateway building and retail on the ground floor. You see the double row of trees. I'll have an enlargement plan to show you there. And again, the pocket park that we're creating between the Gateway Pavilion, that would be a place for people to really sit and be a little bit out of the traffic's way, and have the landscape garden there. Next slide. The rendering at the Gateway building. Again, you see the pavilion on the corner and the trees that are located strategically right behind the pavilion and the pocket park that's created behind the Gateway building. On the top of the pavilion is a wonderful outdoor dining area, on the rooftop area. I'll talk a lot later in the presentation about the variegated facades, indoor, outdoor environments, big sliding doors that open up for great indoor, outdoor environment. And the great two rows of trees that run down Santa Monica, we've incorporated that into the design specifically. Next slide. So this is that corner at Santa Monica and Melrose, and that red triangle is actually, we've pulled the garage back based on your comments, and we've created native soil area. So those trees and landscaping and seating area are on soil that's 14 foot deep. On the left-hand side is the section of that area. So we've been able to pull the garage back, pull the below grade back so that there are natural trees there. You'll be in shade. You'll be able to sit there and relax and have a cup of coffee in this area. And we decided strategically to do this so this area would be in shade and also shielded from the traffic at the corner. Next slide. This is another improvement area that Rick Abramson pointed out and staff pointed out. We have taken the grade down along Melrose so that there are stairs leading up to the retail on the ground floor. So now we used to have some low walls or walls along this area. Now it's all retail entrances. There are access to stairs. Remember, the site slopes 20 foot all in all, 12 foot from corner to corner. So there are stairs that lead up to the retail at this level because the retail is entered on grade off of Santa Monica. And you can see the facades, the pocket park on your left, the landscape trellis at the roof level of the pavilion. And then I'll talk about the architecture and how it's variegated as we move through the presentation. But again, this is a significant improvement that came from the design review's comments, committee's comments, about really activating Melrose with retail and entrances, and we've created stairways that lead to that area. They're all ADA access too. Next slide. So it used to be where the Paseo was located. I'll show you the new Paseo location, but this stair leads up to retail and into the entrance into our courtyard. But it is not the Paseo anymore. What we've also done to the right of that, and Rick Abramson was pivotal on this, is creating this line, what we call liner retail, activating the street front. Behind that liner retail is the pickup and drop off area, which I'll take you to now because it really shows how cars are being picked up and dropped off. You can see the liner retail on the front, the pink area on Melrose. And I wanted to specifically point out here because there were some questions about the drop off area. The first line of cars on the outside, those are for drop off. The cars on the inside, there's 2 lanes there. The cars on the inside are the ones that continue to traverse through and exit out the exit. So there was a question about the curb cut where the arrow is right now. Please realize that the cars are not exiting from the outside lane. They're exiting from the inside lane. We've also shaved back the curve to make that ease of the right-hand turn a lot easier. So I just wanted to point that out here. This is that lower level and also obviously, and I'll take you into the retail and restaurant on the corner. Next slide. The Boulevard building, really great building. Again, all the street front is activated with retail and restaurants, F&B, indoor, outdoor dining. We added a significant amount more trees along the corner of Almond and Santa Monica. This is the Almond Steps, and I'll show you a rendering in a second. We also added a great sit-down cappuccino bar cafe at the entrance to the courtyard, which again was a suggestion that came about activating this entranceway into the project. Next slide. Here is the full facade of the Boulevard building. Something DJ mentioned is really important. This will be one of the first creative office buildings built in West Hollywood, and we've incorporated a lot of sustainable measures and post-COVID measures, including indoor, outdoor environments, lots of terraces, big sliding doors that open. All the windows are operable for natural ventilation. So the idea of Southern California living, but indoor, outdoor quality, filtration systems, state-of-the-art creative office buildings. Again, creating this variegated facade. So the scale of the facade is broken down in scale and size and coloration with real high quality materials. Next slide, please. And here you see, this is how we describe the architecture, where the roof line is, even though we're at the height limit, we cut the roof line down at certain strategic areas, creating real nodes and special areas and separation of the facades to create real interest along Santa Monica. Next slide. This is a view at the main entrance along Santa Monica Boulevard. It was discussed at the design review hearing. We heard you loud and clear. That's a bridge that connects the office buildings at the upper level. You see the elevator campanile in the rear of that, but more importantly, next slide. We added the significant entrance. Rick talked about it before. Lots of landscaping, cappuccino bar, activation, street activation, really an intimate space, but a great space that leads you into the courtyard beyond. Next slide. This is the historic pet hospital facade. I want to point out this is in a very strategic location on the plan, and this is right opposite the elevator lobbies that take everyone up into the buildings. Anyone coming to the building, going to the upper floors, or going to the courtyard. This is like at Main and Main on the project is where this facade's been located. We really relished it. We wanted to make sure we celebrated it. Next slide.
2 minutes remaining.
Oh boy. This is the Almond Steps that Rick talked about before with restaurants and the stairs and the going up. Next slide, please. The plans really quick. We move on the left, we move the Melrose Paseo over to the left now, over to the right, excuse me, between the restaurant and office that leads directly to the courtyard. It has landscaped elements and trees and stairs. Next slide, please. And this is the residential facade. And again, through your comments, we extended the retail at the podium level all the way over. We took out what was private spaces and we created much more activation along Almond with F&B and restaurants and indoor and outdoor dining. Next slide. Again, this is a view at the corner of Almond. You can see the restaurant and next slide. This is the new Almond Steps. And this came directly derivative from the Design Review Committee, creating the Spanish steps here. with landscaping and terraces and a really wonderful walkway that leads you up to the courtyard. The residential is on the right with its balconies, the office on the left. Next slide. And our courtyard, our incredible destination courtyard with restaurants and indoor outdoor seating, a great place, an enclave away from the traffic of Santa Monica. Next slide, please. Again, another view looking at the restaurant indoor outdoor quality. Next slide, please. Really important sustainable design. I won't go into all the attributes, but lots of sustainable design incorporated in here, including recycled facade materials, rainwater harvesting, optimized daylighting, as I mentioned, operable windows throughout. Next slide. And so thank you. I wanted to quickly end. We did a 3D video fly through that I'd like to turn on right now. So please turn that on, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, are there any questions of the applicant?
Chair Hoopengartner, I'm going to jump in real quickly. I'm getting notifications that the feed is down on WehoTV and Spectrum, so we might need to take another pause while we confirm that. I don't think we can continue with the public hearing at the moment. So,
okay, yeah, I've been having some little lags. They've been minor, but so the city looks like everybody's having a problem. David, do you want us to say? Why don't you call me? And you're going to be in touch with WehoTV. At this time, let's take a 10-minute break and see what's going to happen. And so it's 8:42. Let's make it an 8-minute break and let's move it to 8:50. We'll reconvene. Thanks for the heads up, Lauren. So at this time, we're on recess until 8:50. And David, if you want to call me, actually, I'm going to use my other phone. I'll call you, David. Thank you.
Okay.
Crazy people.
Okay, it's 8:51. Vice Chair Jones, are you, there she is. Excellent. 2, 4, 6, 7, and a bonus lawyer. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third round of this evening's Planning Commission. It is 8:51 p.m. Reconvening this hearing. I've spoken to our secretary, who has spoken to the WehoTV staff, who said there was a signal issue that they say is repaired. I will count on David and everybody to keep us apprised if we need to go through this exercise again. But for now, let's resume where we left off. And I believe we were at questions from, oh wait, excuse me. Before we get to questions, I need to give the Design Review Committee subcommittee report. So as you've probably heard, we had a fairly robust conversation at Design Review. We spent a lot of time emphasizing the activation of the streets and identified a number of areas, in particular along Elmont and Melrose, that had very significant walls and unactive spaces that we discussed ways to remediate. That we discussed, the paseos and making them more accessible and more connected to the actual communities in the neighborhood. And that has been addressed largely. Wanting to invite people into the space, and the Almont side has in particular made that a particularly inviting space per some of the things we discussed. The idea that we discussed was having more porous entrances, creating sort of a farmer's market or a Santa Monica 3rd Street Promenade environment, having more micro retail and food court kind of ideas so that it was really inviting to the neighborhood. We discussed at length the I'm not sure what the name of it is, the pavilion at the corner of Dehaney and Santa Monica. I think unanimously we recommended that facility was not really useful, that it doesn't have restrooms, it doesn't have food prep, and yet it's got dining space. And we suggested that given the heat, and I think Commissioner Caballero in particular mentioned the heat of that space and how to calm it down. And we discussed making that into in fact, a park that pointed to the park kitty corner across the street in Beverly Hills. I think, that's the bulk of the discussion that we had, and that really working on the flow. And we did discuss the floor plates and having more ventilation, more airflow in both the residential and the commercial. And I think unless my fellow committee members have anything else that I have forgotten, that's the heart of what we discussed, in a fairly detailed and robust conversation that I think was really productive on all parts. Okay. Check. Let's move on to questions from commissioners of the applicant at this time. Commissioner Caballero, go for it.
Thank you, Chair Hoopengarter. And that was a good summary of our design review meeting, which I think went for 3.5 hours. So it's hard to get that into 5 minutes. Andy, you said that at the beginning of your presentation that you were going to discuss the pavilion, but you really didn't get into the pavilion. And I really appreciate all the changes that you've made throughout the project. I think you really have responded to most of our comments. And my last comment is sort of really wanting to understand that pavilion and how it works, because it still feels like a glass box on the corner. And I was hoping you could walk me through that. And then the other comment or question that I have, because we mentioned micro retail several times, is that it still feels like big box retail. And did you address that at all in the design, that some of these larger retail spaces could be broken down to smaller retail spaces that would facilitate mom and pop shops? So if you could just answer those two questions for me, that would be really helpful.
Sure. Should I come on camera? Would you like me to come on camera or not? It's up to you guys.
Yes, please.
I can't see myself. Can you see me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Kevin, would you put up the plan of the pavilion on the corner, the large plan of the pavilion at the corner? So thank you so much for your comments, Commissioner. Really appreciate it. And again, I want to state that we really appreciated the interactive 3.5-hour conversation, and we have listened very carefully to everything all of you had said. The decision was to, in order for the retail to have the exposure that it's required at the corner, is to provide in the red, if you look at the red dotted line, is to provide this as and listening to your comments about the noise and the traffic and the lights and so forth, is to provide this as a protected, I called it pocket park, or, separate area that's the pavilion then would shield, and especially in the late afternoon would be in shade. And we provided also a significant change was to have the native soil, which Rick Abramson really helped us with. So we cut back on the left, we cut back the parking structure in section to allow for native soil to occur, 14 feet of native soil to occur for those to be, robust trees. We also, the question about restroom, there is restrooms in here. The restrooms are down one level below in the space that's Kevin's pointing to. They're accessed by a central elevator and or stair. So they're one level below street level. And then there's 2 levels of retail. And then we have the roof deck. Go back to the rendering again, Kevin, that you started with. No, the aerial rendering. Sorry. Yeah. So, and then you could see that's the pocket park between the 2 buildings, protected pocket park. We still have trees. You can see the trees we've added at the corner of Melrose and Santa Monica. But rather than have people sitting out there on the noisy corner, as you suggested, we felt like the pocket park was the way to go with that. And then on the roof of the building, which we think is going to be a great experience, is this F&B, outdoor dining experience on the roof with great views, 360-degree views from it. So I hope I answered your question, but the strategy was, rather than putting seating area right at the corner and larger trees at the corner, which would block the retail, we chose to take that and make the pocket park and the slot between the 2 buildings.
Yeah, I think putting the pocket park on the backside is a really smart move, right? Because you use the pavilion to shelter the noise and the sunlight. For me, the pavilion, the architecture of the pavilion still looks like kind of a fishbowl and seems to be suited more to retail. The addition of the restaurant on the top does bring a new element, and that wasn't there before. I always imagined the restaurant being on the lower level, but I guess for me, and this is a question that maybe we can talk about afterwards in our deliberations, is whether the other commissioners feel like a retail pavilion is really what we want as a gateway to our city. Because the way it's detailed, or the way it's presented, it kind of looks like it would be, an LV store, something very high end, which could be really nice, but is that really what we want at the gateway of our city? I think the restaurant at the top helps. I would have preferred seeing the restaurant at the bottom, just because it would activate that pocket park and all the people that kind of traverse that intersection during the day, to use the park or run down Santa Monica Boulevard. There's a lot that happens at that level. So I thank you for that helps me understand how that space works. And then the other one was the issue of micro retail, because I still see a lot of big.
Commissioner Caballero, I'm sorry to interrupt you, and you're on a flow, but I just got kicked off again, so I want to check in with staff because I'm now back on my lovely little Android phone. What's the situation for the rest of the city? Do we have David, Lauren? Do we have a status on connectivity?
We'll check and see what we can find out.
Okay. You were writing some really good stuff, and I really don't want to lose it. So
no issue. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Caballero, and I would like to tag team on your wonderful thoughts.
So would you like me to continue? Just my last.
No, I'd like to wait for staff. I think we need to keep this a public meeting, and we're breaking up the flow terribly, which you and I appreciate, I think, from our design reviews. But let's wait and hear back from staff. Is it just me, or it sounds like we've got a larger citywide problem?
Kevin, while we're waiting, would you cycle to the ground floor plan? And why don't you go just to the diagram, because it's hard to read it all together. That one, yeah.
Just for what it's worth, I'm able to pull up the feed on the WehoTV on YouTube. I don't know what people's television viewing experience is like, but I was able to access the feed.
Yeah, all of our social media platforms are operational. YouTube, the Granicus main system. It's the Spectrum that we're having issues with, I believe.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely Spectrum. All right, I am going to hold on here. Okay, David, can you let me back in? I'm going to.
Okay, CATV just confirmed that they are continuing to broadcast with no issues on Granicus, YouTube, Apple TV, Roku, and all other social platforms.
Okay.
And I haven't heard yet back on Spectrum from them yet. Okay, and just to remind everyone that the city actually has no control over the cable outage, but they're checking the internet to see what they can find out.
Interestingly, David, I have not been receiving any additional notices from Spectrum Well, I've only got marginal internets. Even though I continue to have outages. Legal, this is your call.
What we notice on the agenda is that WehoTV is the official viewing platform for purposes of posting the agenda and publishing the meeting, and the rest are, putting it up real quickly, are provided for convenience. What I'm hearing is that everyone is able to see the meeting on WehoTV and people who have tried to access it online. So I think we are okay to proceed. And we should just keep monitoring. As long as the WehoTV is up, that is our official viewing platform for the meeting.
So if the platform's up, but everybody on Spectrum can't get to the platform, what is the implication of that?
Well, I guess I need more information on what is down on Spectrum. Is it just the feed?
It's the whole internet. The whole people's access to the internet is gone. So they wouldn't have the ability to get to it on any of the platforms. That's the question.
Right. When we had a Spectrum outage a few months ago, I think we did
continued the meeting.
Pause the meeting and not continue with the public hearing because a significant segment of the population in the city wasn't able to access the meeting. I don't know if the same facts are present here. I think that night there was maybe even a fire where the caused the internet to go down. So I think we need a little bit more information.
Yeah, that would be my only concern, is to say it's up on all those platforms is lovely, but if, you know, Spectrum is, you know, a major provider in the city and nobody can actually get to the internet at all, they can't get to any of the platforms. And so that would be my only concern.
Could we stop the screen share so we can all see each other?
Kevin, could you take that down?
And that's my particular problem working off my phone. I can get, you know, the audio, but I can't see all of you. It's going to make it really hard to manage the meeting. But we can still get it done. My larger concern is that we're missing all of our people. Sorry, I didn't turn my video back on.
I'm getting notifications that people on Spectrum are able to see the meeting.
Okay, well, I'm back on
Kehoe,
Spectrum.
getting the same notification?
I'm back on Spectrum again. So it's just the in and out that's concerning to me, especially because I imagine there's some public comment, and if they can't make their public comment, that would, you know, I think break some rules.
Right. So I think we have to wait to hear maybe from David Gillig and the communications team to make sure we have the right information before making the call on whether to proceed. Okay.
I feel like we need that. Is it the Jeopardy music? The do 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 do. I always forget what show that is. Or anyway, we need that in the background. Please hold. What's from the old TV thing? You know, with the like, please hold. So what did you all do on your Christmas vacations? No. Okay, I have word from some people in WeHo West that are on Spectrum and they're working.
So our TV folks are still checking on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just received word from our CATV folks, basically saying that it's solid or going out, but they basically have no control over the local internet outages. So it's basically our decision on how we want to proceed.
So they're saying that the signal is good, leaving us going into Spectrum's system.
Yes.
And we're getting reports from people watching that they can hear and see. There was also some little audio issues earlier in the evening. So the reports are that people at home can hear and see.
They're telling me it's an isolated problem on Spectrum. It's working in some places, but it's an isolated problem on the Spectrum. And they just reminded me that they can't do anything else because it's a cable issue. And Mr. Kehoe was correct what he just said.
Yeah, I mean, the outgoing signal is lovely, but if you know, X% of the city has no internet, that's my concern. And I mean, I did get a notice from Spectrum at 6:10 saying my connection was back, but obviously I've lost connection in between since then. So, and it may be very localized to, you know, however many blocks around here. But gosh, in the
has anyone received,
information,
it sounds like people have received notes from people watching that they can continue to watch. Has anyone received notes from people saying they can no longer watch us? That they
well,
were
and let me
watching
ask,
us and it's dropped and they've had the outage. We've
so
had
I
people say
noticed,
the other that they can still watch us.
I happened to notice Richard Giesbrecht logged in and I didn't know if he got bumped out, and I saw him pop up on the screen briefly. I'm just going to do a spot check here. You know, Richard, did you get bumped out, or were you just logging in for the first time?
I'm fine. My reception has always been good.
Okay, thank you.
And I have someone else from the West Hollywood West neighborhood that is watching us on YouTube through Spectrum Internet and is having no issues.
Yeah, I got a note from yeah, YouTube is good, but the problem is if you have no internet, you can't get to YouTube anyway. So that's my concern. And
right, I go back to, yes, that's a concern, but we have no reports yet of anyone saying they can't watch us, that they were watching us and they've been bumped and can't watch us. In fact, we've had the contrary, where people have told us they are watching us.
Okay. Well, in the absence of any further information, let's soldier on and know that maybe it's, you know, hopefully it's only within a block of my house. I don't know. Okay, Commissioner Caballero, you had moved on to mini retail, I believe.
Yeah, I was just asking Andy about our micro retail conversation that we had during design review, and I still see big block retail. And given Beverly Center and Century City Mall, you can basically walk to them. I'm just kind of curious as to what you're thinking in some of your layouts of the retail, where you're thinking that they could be subdivided down into smaller retail. And maybe just, if you could just answer that question.
Thank you, Commissioner Caballero. So I put this plan up. It's a combined plan of the top floor and the bottom floor because the site slopes, but it shows all the restaurants and retail. And obviously it depends on leasing, but because of the configure of the triangle site, we have two-sided facing restaurants and retail. So if you point to the restaurant go up to that restaurant, Kevin, with Yara, right? That's an example where you can have 4 restaurants, 2 on Santa Monica and 2 on the courtyard, for example. Same thing, what we've done is, and we already did it along Melrose, where we split the retail and the restaurants. We have a restaurant facing the courtyard, and then we have the retail. Then just to give you a sense of scale, the restaurant on the corner of Melrose and Almond, that's about 6,000 square feet. So that could either be one restaurant, two restaurants, or three very small restaurants. So the answer is that the biggest, most of the, except for the corner of Santa Monica and Melrose, most of the retail is two-sided, meaning that, and restaurants, so you can have both, at least both ways. The block on the corner of the retail at the corner of Santa Monica and Melrose, that's what you helped us with, and the developer agreed with, is that now we have access all along Melrose, and we have access, obviously, along Santa Monica. So the thought is we could split that in half, and you could have retail facing Santa Monica in smallest increments, and retail facing Melrose. But again, we're not working on the tenant improvements, so therefore it's shell space. But the intent is there, especially on the rest of the project with the courtyard there. We have courtyard facing retail and restaurants, and we have street facing restaurants and retail.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I would like to piggyback on your conversation around the pavilion and ask you to help me understand why that's going down 2 stories and what the intended use of that, I think it's on B2, and what is the real purpose of this building?
The intent is that it's 2 levels of retail. The actual pavilion is 1,200 square feet per level. Just to give you a sense of scale, it's 1,200 square feet. So there's 2,500 square feet in that pavilion. Basically the size of, just to put in scale, the size of a medium to small store on 2 levels. And then the roof level intention was, as I showed before, was F&B, food and beverage, with a trellis over the top. And then the servicing for it is below grade. So the restrooms and or any back of the house support would be located in the subterranean garage.
So the kitchen, so everything would have to come up the elevators to get to the roof?
No, it depends how the layout goes. We design restaurants. It could be a kitchen on the ground floor or below grade, either one, how they would choose to do it. Where they would feel is most valuable. Well, we have the flexibility to do both. We can do a kitchen below grade, or we can do a kitchen on either floor. And we have the elevator that goes for ADA and access and everything else. The elevator traverses all the floors. And then we have a staircase, Kevin, point to the staircase on the south side that goes up to the roof. Kevin, point down, Kevin, the staircase there. We have a staircase that wraps on the outside. People can walk up the stair and go all the way to the roof if they wanted to. And we have an internal stair also around the elevator for the retailer. And I just want to add too that I clarified this before. All the glass is very high performance, low E glass. It's the most sustainable glass that we're utilizing today. So the reflectivity level is extremely low, and it's low E, low energy.
Okay. Can we take a stroll through the plans over to page oh dear. Loading zone. Sorry, I thought I had it posted on the page and I didn't. Where are all the loading zone pages? There's 100 pages here. Rats.
67.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, my Post-it went missing. So as I read these plans, if there's more than one truck in these parking spaces, in order to back out, you got to back out through the truck next door. So this is page 67 of the actual plans.
Kevin, do you have the plan set? He's pulling it up.
At one point, the truck furthest to the right.
He's pulling that deck up. What we have, I'll tell you verbally,
I'm
is
sorry.
that
My internet went out again. I apologize. I don't know if you heard what I was saying about the maneuverability.
Yeah. Kevin, why don't we have a special slide for this for vehicular maneuverability. Why don't you go through this, Kevin? Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you can point to that second on the left diagram, if you can zoom that,
I could try to help describe it. Kevin, can you get on?
Right there.
Kevin Kilmer?
Right there.
Yeah. And can you repeat the question, please?
So if you go down to the third one down, next one down, there you go. See how those movements, they go right through the stall next to it?
You're talking right here.
Yep, they go right through the stall next to it. So if there's a truck parked to the right of that one, how does that get in and out?
I don't,
That's yeah, that's a question I can't answer at this moment. So we were planning around the structure in this area here.
well, I think the answer is that based on this diagram, it'd have to be two maneuvers. You'd back out and then back forward and back out again.
Structurally, it works. It's just a question of they would have to make the turn tighter to back in, and so we're avoiding the structure to back into this spot, which is a critical thing.
I'm sorry, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead, Lynn, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm back on the phone. So you were explaining.
Based on this diagram, and we'll enlarge it for you, is that the middle stall, you would back up, right? And you'd have to pull forward and then back up again and then go out. To your point, if there's a truck parked next to you on the left-hand side, you would pull back, you'll pull forward, and then you pull out. It wouldn't be one movement.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's sufficient clearance. I don't see the measurements. It looks like you could barely fit the truck length in that space.
Yeah, this is a 35-foot panel truck for this space that fits in.
And so the clearance from the back of that truck to the back wall?
The clearance from the back of the truck to the back wall is almost double that. So yeah, it's another 35 feet.
So it's 75 feet behind that truck?
No, it's 35 feet behind.
35 feet.
So that you can back it up exactly straight, but then how does it turn? If it's got the full length, you've gone back the full length, how do you, and there's trucks on either side, how do you get out?
You'd be turning the wheel. Again, we could lay this out. You'd be turning the wheel and then pull forward and then back out again. So you'd be able to, you have the width of the stall to work with. You'll be able to pull back and then pull out.
All right.
I believe that the city code for the stall is 25 feet. We've made this 35 feet. This is, we've shown a panel truck here.
But the city code relates to passenger vehicles, not trucks.
No, I'm saying for loading zone.
Okay. All right,
So
I will take your word for it, but it looks a little.
Well, I think to answer your question is, in this maneuver for this particular stall, you'd have to back out twice. You back out, turn, and to your point, then you'd have to go again. It wouldn't be one movement.
It'd be multiple K turns.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. All right. I think that's my last question for the applicant at this time. Is there anyone else that has questions? And I'm going to ask you to speak up because I can't see you all on my little screen. I see Commissioner Dutta. Would you like to go?
Yeah, I'll go. Thank you. I was wondering if the applicant could go through the drop zone, the roundabout when you enter off of Melrose, and how that, it's not roundabout, turnaround is envisioned to be different than some of the drop zones that are along Melrose as well as on Santa Monica and Almond. Are you pulling a ticket to enter that roundabout if you're a visitor? So you can explain kind of how that is.
Sure. The roundabout, and we'll call up the plan, the roundabout is valet. It's for valet. So your car will be valeted if you pull in there. Versus obviously on the street, it's not valet. This is valet only for this side, 24-hour valet. So you'll pull in.
Okay, got it. So it's not a drop zone for anyone just enter and drop someone off at the property. Okay.
Exactly. For convenience.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Then my next question is that the staff report mentions that solar PV system was originally proposed and it's not on this current version. Can you explain maybe if it was proposed, why it was removed, and is there any way that it could be incorporated into the overall project or coexist with the vegetative roofs? If you can kind of walk through the process with solar PV in this project.
DJ, you might be able to answer that question on the prior, whether it had PV or not.
I don't know the answer, Andy, on the prior project. I can tell you on this project, the decision was to provide the green roofs and exceed the 30% requirement. It's, that is in the city code for providing planted green roofs on most of the excess space that's available on the roof.
Okay, so if there was solar PV, it might have been on the previous entitled property. Okay. My last question has to do with the staff report, and the presentation makes mention of the project achieving LEED Gold or equivalent standards. So does that imply that the property will actually get the LEED Gold certification, or will it just be built to check off all the boxes for what would be required for LEED Gold? Or when it says equivalent, does that also potentially mean that it could be going for some other equivalent certification, green certification?
So what that means is the intent is to, achieve all of the requirements of LEED Gold. The issue is that sometimes, these rating scales change in the future, right? And so you also want to provide for the opportunity to, meet different standards if the standards change, right? But the intent is to meet LEED Gold equivalency as it exists today.
Okay, so but not necessarily formally getting the certification.
Yeah, not necessarily. There are a lot of projects in the city that do that, right? That achieve the equivalency, but don't necessarily go through the certification process.
Okay, thanks. That's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dutta. Are there any other questions of the applicant at this time? Commissioner Caballero.
Yeah, I was looking at the Gateway building again. When I was on Arts Commission, I remember approving an art installation on the Gateway building. And where are you now with that process? Is the same artist being used? And how are you, or will you be incorporating it as originally proposed?
So the art as originally proposed doesn't work on the revised design, but we are still in communication with that artist. And there's certainly a desire to incorporate art from that artist into this project, but we haven't gone through the Arts Commission process yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant at this time? I'm trying to scroll through your smiling faces. So please feel free to unmute and say me, please. If there are no other questions of the applicant at this
I have
time,
one high level question.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Dutta, please go for it.
Commissioner Lombardi.
Commissioner Lombardi, sorry.
That's okay, Chair Hoopengarner. I would just love to hear from the applicant with all of the office space that is being provided. And I know you've described it as innovative and having air circulation and being creative space, but I would love to hear your thoughts on with the current economic climate that we're in and offices and people working remotely. You have a lot of office space. So I just would love to hear the logic behind the amount of office space that you're providing and how you see that working for this city and not being empty space.
Thanks. Thank you. It's a great question. And my firm is designing obviously a lot of office space right now. And there's a high desire for, number one, Class A office space right now versus Class B or C office buildings. The flight to quality is unbelievable right now. Because they're looking for state-of-the-art built. Tenants want state-of-the-art buildings that are sustainable. The second real advantage, there's a huge advantage by having creative office in a campus type of environment. So we're the activity for being in a 4 or 5 story building versus a high rise. People want that campus environment with outdoor balconies, as I said, sliding doors, lots of indoor outdoor areas versus being in hermetically sealed high-rise office buildings. So we're seeing tremendous pent-up demand. We work with a lot of the big users and small users, and they're all looking for this type of environment. I really believe that this type of building is in such demand right now versus being in a high-rise.
Okay, thank you.
And speaking of that open space, Commissioner Lombardi, I realized I did not answer one of your questions from earlier, which was the 40% requirement of the 20%. And to answer your question, the project would be required to provide about 9,300 square feet to meet that 40% requirement. And we're actually over 17,000 square feet of pedestrian open to the sky at the ground level.
Versus it was about 24,000 or so for the total.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. And so what you do, and that 24,000 does not include the area that's under the balcony, under the bridges. So that was already deducted. And so once you remove the ground floor planters from that 23,000, which is that 24,000, they're about 6,000 and change. You get to that, over 17,000 square foot number.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, I'd like to piggyback on that question because it ties into one that I had, which is sort of taking that another step further. And have you looked at that office space and its design and established if there's ways it can be designed so that it could be easily converted into a secondary use, for example, housing? That if you created more light wells and breezeways in the interior space, that it might facilitate such a conversion.
The answer is yes. We've done studies on that, and it absolutely can be converted. And we're doing, again, a lot of an existing stock right now. We're doing a lot of conversion of office building and high rise to hotels or residential right now. That's what's happening with the existing stock. Again, I want to emphasize there's very few new buildings in this post-COVID environment. So this type of building would be highly desirable. And I also want to point out that the building's been designed so it's multi-tenant. So there, you could have obviously broken up into much smaller tenants, or it could be larger tenants. So it has that flexibility for small users or large users.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Thomas, did I see your hand?
You did, Chair. Thank you. My question is, what measures are in the plan to ensure pedestrian safety around the vehicular entrances, since there's a lot of foot traffic on Melrose?
DJ, you want to grab that one?
I mean, Commissioner, it's a, typical driveway curb cut onto into the driveway along Melrose. There are not any specific bollards or anything like that that are proposed, that would interrupt the pedestrian right of way. It's.
I would just say we'd have all the the whistles and bells that are required by law for backing up trucks and cars and so forth. Again, what we've tried to do is we had 3 big driveways before. Now we have 2. So we've gotten rid of a third of the driveways that were on the existing entitlement.
And as far as what's actually happening on the streetscape on Almond and on Melrose, that's all subject to the streetscape master plan that the city is developing right now. And so the project is going to be required to implement whatever measures are, ultimately adopted as part of the streetscape master plan. And we have to contribute our, fair share, and obviously all of the frontages that are on Melrose and Almond must comply with the streetscape master plan at the end of the day. So whatever standards the city imposes through that document, the project will comply with.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas, did you have other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gregoire.
Following up on the question about your vision for the commercial space, I was curious about your vision for the residential space. I noticed in your modified project, you're taking away a significant amount of square footage from the residential space. Yes, I'm pleased to see you're adding units and you're adding affordable units, which I'm a big advocate for. But it looks like you are de-emphasizing the attractiveness of your building from a residential perspective. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I'll let Andy speak to the architecture, but I'll actually speak more to the intent. And so, as this commission knows, there are a lot of larger units that are proposed, in West Hollywood and have been proposed in a lot of projects. By nature, the project's units are going to be more affordable because they're going to be of a smaller size. So the redesigned residential, the average unit size is about 700 square feet. So in addition to actually the covenanted affordable housing, the vision is that this project is really going to be more of sort of a workforce, moderate income housing. That's the type of tenant that it's going to attract. It's primarily providing 1-bedroom units, some studios and no 2-bedroom units. So that was really sort of the change in focus, was to provide more, affordable working housing in the city. And then I'll let Andy speak to the architecture.
I could put up the elevation, but what we've done is we've strategically put all the residential on Almond, which obviously is a much more residential street and has that feeling. And you know, Kevin, if you could put that elevation up. So all of Almond feels, that's the Almond elevation. So that's the entire elevation of the residential. So one, you know, the Santa Monica is office, Melrose is office, and then Almond is residential. And we thought that really worked out well from a zoning standpoint, about a third of the elevation being residential in nature. And the Paseo is coming in off the corners, obviously.
Great, thank you so much.
Sorry, folks, managing this from my phone is extraordinarily fun. Commissioner Caballero, you had sent me did we get your questions covered?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other show of hands, or just please pipe up?
All my questions were addressed by the other commissioners. Thanks, guys.
Okay, great. Just checking my own list here. I think mine are covered for now. Let us go to public comment. David, I'm guessing we have some public.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did receive several comments or several people that would like to speak on this item. Before we start, if you are on the platform with us, please *9 for me. That will let me know that you want to speak on this item. If you're on the phone, if you're on the Zoom platform, just hit the raised hand feature, and that'll let me know that you also want to speak. Our first speaker will be Austin, and Austin will be followed by Bobby Edrick. You have 3 minutes to speak. Are you giving 3 or 2 minutes, Chair? You have 3 minutes.
What's our count on the total number of pickles?
I'm going to say around, I've got 8 people confirmed, but there may be others on the platform that do want to speak that didn't sign up.
Let's see, it's 9:43. Let's keep it to 2 minutes apiece.
Okay. Austin, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city of residence, and you'll be followed by Bobby Edwards.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Chair Hoopen-Gardner, Co-Chair Jones, and the rest of the commissioners. I am really excited to have this opportunity to speak in support of this project. I'm a West Hollywood resident. I live over on Phyllis and Weatherly, and I walk by this area all the time. I voluntarily don't have a car, and living in California's most walkable city here in West Hollywood has been an absolute delight. I oftentimes go and pick up cat toys for Meshach and Shadrach down at the Petco, and I walk past this site all the time. You know, I also walk along Sunset quite often, and to go through the permeable buildings that are right there on Sunset, whether you have a coffee or a snack, there's just not enough of them. And I really mean that. I walk around the city. I do a lot of business on calls going through, and to have access to pedestrian spaces like this building has done. And I love the additions here, you know, the steps leading up to the courtyards and the other added elements that are making this just a more inviting pedestrian experience. It's going to make my time here a better time spent. And I'm really looking forward to that. I love the addition of housing, especially the covenanted affordable housing, and the multi-structure village dynamic that we have with this building just seems to make a lot of sense for both where we're at now and where we're headed. And as a resident who's going to be experiencing this in many ways for a long time to come, I'm just really excited that we have an opportunity to see something like this come into our city. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Austin. Our next speaker will be Bobby Edrick, and she will be followed by George B. Bobby, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. State your name and city of residence, please. I'm sorry, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Bobby Edrick, West Hollywood, captain of the Norma Triangle Neighborhood Watch. The Norma Triangle is immediately adjacent to this long-awaited development and will be the most impacted. On behalf of the Norma Triangle, I'm speaking tonight in support of the Melrose Triangle because it is so important to our neighborhood. While a number of development plans have been proposed over the years in and around this area, none have mattered as much to us as this mixed-use project on the lot at the corner of Santa Monica and Doheny. The project site is an important gateway to our city and our neighborhood, and for far too long has been a complete eyesore. We thought in 2014, when the previous version of the Melrose Triangle project was approved by the City Council, that we were finally in for a desperately needed change. Since then, and too many years later, lucky for us, the developer hired a new architect, Gensler, who has come up with this beautiful plan for a mixed-use complex that creates something befitting the importance of this property. The plan calls for some of the things our city needs most, including more low-rise office space, a pedestrian-friendly environment along Santa Monica and Melrose, with more outdoor dining options, and most important of all, including more affordable housing. We love what we see in this new modified version of the project. The design, the open space, the landscaping, it would be a first-class project we deserve. We have been long awaiting the construction and completion of this project since it was first approved in 2014. We definitely support it now. This is the change we need and urge the city to approve it as soon as possible so West Hollywood residents can enjoy the possibility it proposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Our next speaker will be George B., and he will be followed by Robert Oliver. George, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. I'm sorry, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city of residence.
Good evening. My name is George Bocanegra, West Hollywood. Thank you, chairs and commissioner. My name is George Bocanegra. I'm representing more than 50,000 members of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. Our members strongly support the shovel-ready project because we know it will create hundreds of good-paying union construction jobs right here in West Hollywood. Jobs like these are critical to growing our middle class and creating community wealth. Let us reward responsible developers and contractors who agree to play by the rules, respect project labor agreements, and help grow the construction workforce necessary to meet tomorrow's needs. We urge you to support the Melrose Triangle project to create good paying jobs for Angelenos. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this issue. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Robert Oliver.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Robert Oliver. I serve on the Public Safety Commission, but of course tonight I'm speaking as a West Hollywood resident. I live on the west side of West Hollywood, and I want to speak tonight in support of this project. For one thing, I think it is thoughtful and beautiful in its design. I think that it will create a really nice western gateway into our city. It, as others have mentioned, it adds much needed affordable housing to our housing stock. And, after much community debate, the developer has listened to those neighborhood concerns and adjusted to the design of the project based on that community input. So, in addition to that, I think the project will really add some great economic activity to that part of town. So I support it. I'm looking forward to this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker will be Genevieve Morrow. Genevieve will be followed by Richard Giesbrecht. Genevieve, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Good to see you after a couple long years in the pandemic. I hope you've stayed well and safe, and I look forward to meeting the new commissioners I haven't met. I'm Genevieve Morrow, President and CEO, speaking on behalf of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and the business community it served. I also serve as the Executive Director for the West Hollywood Design District. I made a speech in 2014, and I mentioned this project had been 14 years in the making, and now that's 22 years later. So let's get it done. We need this project. The area is in dire need of economic development if you look at the West End. The survival of surrounding businesses depends on the amenities it provides, such as parking and open spaces for gathering. It is a stunning project, well designed with a lot of thought towards public benefit. It is a better project. It supports the current shift in demands, including expanded outdoor spaces in this new normal. This project still thoughtfully takes into consideration 3 distinct areas of the city and its relationship to each segment. This developer has created a live, work, play environment which supports the city's general plan objective. The project's exceptional architecture is appropriate as a grand entrance into our city from the west. People should feel that wow factor when they enter West Hollywood. This developer is forward thinking with pedestrian corridors, open green spaces, and I'm really excited to see the liner shops, which are those that we suggested in our small business initiative, and glad to see the use this opportunity for smaller businesses that don't need parking and bathrooms, and also a transportation management program. All in all, the project fully promotes the healthy economic development of the business community and the community at large. It is all of these compelling benefits, which we respectfully ask you to support the staff's recommendation and approve this project tonight. And I thought if I had a little extra time, I'd talk about retail. Retail is so important and needed. It works in concert with all the hospitality elements, and it is really a vital element. It's dying on the vine. We need to reinvigorate it, and this project will do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker will be Richard Giesbrecht, and he will be followed by Manny Rodriguez.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Richard. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Yes, we can.
Good.
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Richard Giesbrecht, resident of West Hollywood since 1995. I'm a licensed architect. I'm in my 3rd year of a fine arts degree, and I've been practicing for architecture for 40 years here across the whole nation and internationally. I was also president of West Hollywood West Residents Association and on the board for well over a decade. I also live about less than 400 feet from the subject project. I'd like to commend the movement of the Paseo eastward. I would hope that it could go further eastward, but it is certainly a step in the right direction, and it's urbanistically more sensitive. I'd like to commend the streetscape revisions at Almond and Melrose. They're an improvement. I think bringing those retail spaces down to the street itself would be better, but nonetheless, it is more inviting to pedestrians as it is right now. I'd like to commend the additional trees at Doheny and Santa Monica Boulevard, and would encourage even more. Addressing Chair Hoopengarner's comment about the roof noise. Roof noise in the West Hollywood West Residents Association area has been a big concern. Gracias Madre on Melrose projects noise into the neighborhood, and they're at ground level. If you can imagine these roof decks, 50 or 60 feet above grade, could project noise very, very deeply into the neighborhood. So I think that not only is it required to have limitations on the use of those decks at night, but also you need to have a more aggressive intervention, such as tall glass walls and things like that to contain the noise. And I'd recommend that an acoustician advise about that. With regard to the elevations, especially Santa Monica and Melrose, I think that they remain weak, uninventive, pedestrian. Overall, the building composition really doesn't cohere. It's an architectural challenge, but it hasn't been met. This is the
Richard,
largest
thank you, Richard.
single
Your time has
project
expired.
in the city. It needs to be extraordinary, urbanistically and architectonically. It could revitalize the larger Melrose Triangle and this whole end of town and bring significant tax dollars to the city.
Richard, your time
I
has
believe the
expired.
community and the city deserves a better design on the exterior and urbanistically. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Our next speaker will be Manny Rodriguez, followed by Victor Omolchenko. Go ahead, Manny, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Hi, this is Manny Rodriguez. I'm a resident and I'm also the current vice president of the West Hollywood West Residents Association. Our association urges the Planning Commission to approve the amendments to the Melrose Triangle project. The developer reached out to our neighborhood and in response designed a project that is more visually and commercially integrated into our community. The new project has improved the pedestrian experience on Melrose Avenue, offers useful amenities to our residents, and increases the variety of sustainable, affordable housing within the development. We believe the project will be an asset to our community and to Greater West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Our next speaker will be Victor Omolchenko, and he will be followed by Steve Martin. Victor, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood resident for the past 2 decades. The community was told that the benefits of the Melrose Triangle project would offset both the loss of the historic Jones Dog and Cat Hospital, as well as increased traffic congestion. That's why the city adopted a statement, a rare statement of overriding considerations. I see that the project has increased the number of residential units from the original 76 to 80, but with a 33% decline in total living space from 77,000 square feet to 52,000 square feet. Is that what was expected when the city council passed the statement of overriding considerations for more affordable units, but much less space for us human beings? And who is the housing provider that the development team is working with? Furthermore, the parking is being decreased by 41% from 884 to 524. The letter of the law may be being met here, but what about the spirit of the law? This particular area of the city has always been challenged by parking needs. And as regards the historic preservation, per the mitigation measure, copies of the photographic package were to be deposited with the City of West Hollywood's Historic Preservation Commission. When will the Historic Preservation Commission and the preservation community be presented with this package for review and comment? Tonight, we were shown the entrance to the historic hospital across from the elevator lobby area, but will it be operable? Will it open like the windows in this new project will be able to do? Let's make what's left of our architectural history here more operable, more functional, and not just a facade or a Hollywood set decoration. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Victor. Actually, our last speaker I'm showing will be Steve Martin. If there is anybody that has not had an opportunity to speak, that would like to speak, please *9 for me from your telephone. That will let me know you'd like to speak. If you're on the Zoom platform, just use your raise hand feature. Steve, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
So am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. I'm sorry I don't have any prepared speeches, but I do appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I appreciate Adrian and Rick's working with the developer to make it a really much improved project. I mean, I remember meeting with Armand Gabe, the developer, back in 2013 with Lauren Meister in his offices on Sunset. And we were just excited to have some sort of project at this site at that point. And this is such a huge improvement, and it really does enhance the pedestrian orientation in a place that's been pedestrian dead zone for 20, 25 years. Having said that, I mean, I do have concerns. The issue of the statement of overriding consideration seems to me would have been based partially on the concession that the developer made about parking. And I mean, I don't want to hold them to the higher standard. I mean, they did offer 884 parking spaces, but dropping it by 41%, and it's a third less than what was originally would have been their legal obligation to build. It seems like a lot, and I don't see where there's been a real connection. I do have concerns about the outdoor dining. I think the pavilion really needs to be restricted as to amplified music. I think a restaurant should close at midnight. I would love to see the roofs otherwise be entirely solar rather than green top. We had the same issue back with Catch. When Jason Alulian's rug store opened, he said the upstairs was going to be a little rooftop garden. And the next thing we know, we have this gigantic restaurant upstairs. And frankly, okay, I just think that we really need to be concerned about how this impacts the neighborhood negatively. We know it's going to impact us positively, but I think we need to make sure we have good balance. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. And Chair, I have received no other requests to speak on this item, so we are all clear with public comments.
Thank you, David. Okay. Let's see here. I'm back. This has been quite an adventure. Right. Okay. The applicant now has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I'll be very brief, Chair Hoopen-Gardner. I just wanted to address 2 comments that were just made. I just wanted to confirm that there are no commercial uses planned for the roof of the office or the roof of the Almond residential building. The roof decks are, again, for the office building, for what you would expect, normal office indoor outdoor space. And the roof deck on the Almond building is just for residents. It's part of the common open space for the residential units. And as far as the parking reduction goes, the project is meeting the current West Hollywood Municipal Code parking requirements. And I think I mentioned previously that in addition to meeting those requirements, projects are also able to take parking reductions through a shared parking analysis. Most major projects in the city do provide shared parking analyses and seek a reduction below base code requirements. This project is providing base code requirements. We also did a shared parking analysis just to demonstrate the surplus of parking spaces that would be available during different times of the day. And during the midday, which is when you would expect an office project, right, to use most of its parking, there's still a surplus of about 90 spaces around the peak usage time, which is, right around the lunch hour. And then during the evening hours, as I mentioned, the surplus that is shown is about 250 parking spaces. So there really is, based on current traffic and parking standards, a lot of excess parking that's being provided in this project. And I did just want to reiterate that the statement of overriding considerations that was approved for the project in 2014 did not include parking specifically as one of the elements of the statement of overriding considerations. And of course, if the commission has any further questions, I'll be happy to answer them. We thank you very much for your consideration and your time this evening.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll go to any last questions from any of the commissioners. I did have one, and this is for both staff and the applicant. Is there any anticipated potential scenarios where any of the paseos would be closed off? Let's say, for example, for a special event. So the first question is to the applicant: is there any anticipated event of such a thing?
There's certainly nothing planned at the moment, Chair. But of course, you know, the tenants in the building, I guess, could seek special event permits in the future to, you know, close them off for a special event. But there's nothing that the applicant team has considered thus far regarding closing off the paseos.
Thank you. And Adrian, did staff, you know, discuss this, anticipate this, think about mitigations? You're on mute.
Yeah. You're referring to special events?
Well, any reason to close off the paseo?
It wasn't part of the programming, so it wasn't analyzed in depth. But again, as John was saying before, it's case by case for the special events permit request, and we can analyze any impacts come about from each request that we receive.
I guess my question then would be to discuss whether or not it would be appropriate to include a resolution that limits the number of those closures, the number of those potential special permits, given that this paseo is part of the general plan, it's part of the open space, it's part of the gateway space. And if for any reason that became closed space, it would, you know, minimize that benefit to our city. And so, you know, I could see a scenario where all of a sudden there's a, you know, live music in the courtyard every weekend, and, you know, 2 out of 3 entrances are closed or something like that. And so, you know, is that something that we should potentially address in the resolution?
Sure, Hoopengartner. I guess I would note that, you know, projects are limited to, I believe, is it 12, Adrian? 12 special event permits a year. So there already is a cap that's imposed by code for those kinds of limitations.
Yes, it is 12, but it's the question, I guess, of is that 12 for the entire project, just to be clear that it wouldn't somehow be divvied up amongst, you know, building A, building B, residential block kind of thing.
I believe it's on a project basis, Adrian, but I don't have the code in front of me, unfortunately.
It could be, or it could be based on the tenant requests, depending upon who is asking for it, whether it's the building or whether it's a specific tenant. It would be 12 for both, right?
Yeah, that's potentially where the problem would come in, is you've got, you know, a dozen, you know, plus retail tenants, each asking for, you know, 12 permits. Now all of a sudden we've got, you know, the space closed off for large chunks of prime time. And that would be my only concern.
So I pulled up the ordinance and it says number of permits per business, maximum of 12 special events permits.
Yeah, so that's per retail location, and I don't, you know, count, and especially if we subdivide those retail locations, now we're looking at potentially, you know, a couple hundred if you multiply that out. And so I'm wondering if that should be addressed. I'm moving into comments here, but I wanted to get the information we needed here in question to identify if that was a potential something that needed to be addressed.
You know, as I mentioned before, because these are special events and they're looked at individually, the city also has the ability to look at how it's impacting, you know, a public paseo or something like that, and would be able to take that into consideration. If every week it's being closed, then that might be a justification for denying a special event permit because, you know, it's supposed to be open. You know, so that way the city has the ability to look at it and say, no, this is too many and close it. But perhaps the project could also have a management plan that addresses events.
I mean, it is a logical event space, and that was part of it by design. it's by design a gathering space, an event space. And so I'm not saying I want to discourage it, but by the same token, how does staff envision maybe managing? So, okay, are there any other questions of either the applicant or staff? That being said, I will close the public comment portion of this public hearing and move into deliberation. Who would like to go first? We have the usual fist fight here. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to applaud the update in the residential unit mix for this project. The city has a commitment to encourage a diverse housing stock to address the needs of all socioeconomic segments of the community, and I'm happy to see that this project will be including very low income units as part of its inclusionary housing allotment. I have a few concerns regarding traffic and parking. Looking at where the driveways are, the driveways have been reduced from 3 to 2. I have some concerns because Almond is a small street. It does seem like keeping Santa Monica as an egress for a project like this would make sense because it is a thoroughfare. Also, I recognize that the city's parking laws and the parking reductions are what they are, and we are preparing for a world where we don't use our cars as much, but we're not there yet. So I'm really concerned about the reduction in the parking, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues about how they feel about that. And I'm sorry, I seem to be losing my voice, so I'm going to defer to someone else, and then I'll come back and finish my comments. Excuse me.
Okay, we're seeming to have technical difficulties all over the place tonight. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Gregoire.
So I would say I'm definitely supportive of the project. I'm pleased that our design review folks have helped facilitate positive changes to the project. To repeat what Commissioner Thomas said about housing, I was really pleased with the increase in affordable units. Although I have to say I was not so happy with the reduction in the square footage for each of those units. I know the city would like to promote the construction of housing, even at the expense of larger units. I'm not convinced that smaller units really will create what we call workforce housing. These will still be new, expensive units. They'll just be smaller. But again, I'm pleased the modification has increased the number of spaces and has increased the number of affordable units. I think the project looks terrific. I'm not particularly concerned about the traffic flow from closing off the entrance on Santa Monica Boulevard. Seems to me that's probably a positive thing, because having a egress and ingress on Santa Monica Boulevard could cause a lot of traffic backup on that major thoroughfare. So I'm not concerned about that. So that's about all I have to say, and I support the project.
Okay, I'll go next then. As I said at design review, this is West Hollywood's Western Gateway. It's our connection to Beverly Hills. This is Route 66. And I would expect an iconic world-class design, especially from such a talented firm as Gensler, that they would want to submit some awards for. But while this project is massively much improved as a result of going through this process, I don't feel it is world-class. That's not a reason to deny it, but that's just my overall general feeling on the project as a whole. The paseos are far more inviting, more logically oriented. Yes, I feel that per Commissioner Caballero's comments, the retail is much too large. That to create that sort of farmers market, 3rd Street Promenade environment that has lots of different choices that will bring in lots of different people and make an active and vibrant space. 1 or 2 large restaurant choices isn't going to really create that environment. There's a reduction of 358 parking spaces in an area that has no parking. To wit, the development across the street, the building that we all want to see saved and rehabilitated, has no parking. And so, I understand all these calculations and they sound pretty on paper, but reality is, if there's the parking overflow, because right now there is no excess parking. Prior to this, we had over 90 excess parking spaces. There is no excess parking. This is at the bare minimum of the requirements. And so the natural overflow is going to be into the Norma Triangle and into WeHo West. The parking, I feel that I realize it's a very challenging space. But if you go through the parking plan, there are just multiple dead ends in the parking plan throughout the plan where people have to will take a right, go into the corner, and then there's nowhere to go, and they've got to then figure out how to either back up or do multiple K-turns in order to turn around and come back out and go on to find another parking space. The reduction of 25,000 square feet of housing, it sounds pretty on paper. Ooh, we got 4 more units, but we got, a 400 square foot studio. We didn't get the opportunity of, okay, if you want a 400 square foot studio, keeping the same amount of square footage in housing would have generated dozens, potentially more housing units. And we didn't do that. We are losing 25,000 square feet of housing. I just did some back of the envelope math. And what this means for this development, 358 less parking spaces at an average cost to build a parking space of 50,000 square feet, of $50,000 per parking space, is a savings to this applicant of $18 million in the project cost. The new FAR of 90,000 square feet of commercial space at $120 a year per square foot is additional revenue of $10.8 million. And the non-FAR square footage, which hasn't been discussed here at all, which because it's underground isn't required to comply with so many of our codes. At again, $120 really conservative rental per year is another $5 million. So that's $15 million in additional income. And as much as we've discussed it in design review and we've discussed it here this evening, that glass pavilion on the corner is 1,200 square feet per floor. So it's what, 3,600 square feet, depending on how you count that roof. Is that additional FAR really needed? And should we make that glass ball the entrance to our gateway? I think as a design review, we made some excellent suggestions about making that a corner park. And with all deference to the applicant, that native soil little kitty corner hockey stick piece is actually largely covered with paving stones. It's not planted. It's got a couple of trees in it. And this is a building that has pushed the development from lot line to lot line. And as a community, we don't have the green space. that we had intended. So I just don't see the need for that retail space. I don't see the benefit. I don't see that it's an inviting space. And I don't see the economics are really that necessary given the amount of revenue that this redesign is going to generate. I do have to commend the applicant on all of the really wonderfully thought through design changes, incorporating everything we said in design review, except the really important thing, which is that entrance to our city is this, I think, really not functional retail space that is going to become dead space and will not be the inviting beacon to the entrance to our city that I feel it is. And it gives me great pain, but at this point, I do not feel comfortable with approving this project as currently submitted. And those are my comments. Anybody else have comments before we move on? Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you. Well, first off, I do appreciate all the work that the applicant has done, working with the city, coordinating with the city, and also with the design review committee. I appreciate that there have been a lot of efforts made in incorporation of the suggestions that we've had to improve the project. I do think that there's some things that I would have liked to have seen addressed, as has been touched on by several of the commissioners, including the Gateway Pavilion. It does, to me, when I saw it, it felt like it was sort of pushed forward, right there in the middle of sort of the street and the sidewalk. I now understand the idea of creating a sort of pocket park and the idea of there maybe being some shade there, but it feels to me almost like an advertising component to some degree, more so than a park. So I think the idea of a restaurant on the first floor is better, but I do see just challenges in general with that building and that area of the project. So that's something I'm a little bit disappointed in seeing, and would hope it could be refined and maybe brought into a little bit more alignment with the things that we've discussed today. Also something that was mentioned during the design review subcommittee meeting, there is a way to work with the city to integrate items such as a protected bike lane. This seems like a great opportunity to kick that off because the amount of frontage on Santa Monica. So just wanted to note that. I do appreciate that there's additional inclusionary housing and additional housing units created by this project and in comparison to the 2014 version. However, when you look at the way that the space has been utilized, it's a large lot, but there's only so much space. It would have been great to see the same amount of area used to create more housing, since there's only so many places where we can build in this city, and this is one of the more dense areas of the city. It seems appropriate. So I was a little disappointed that the focus is more toward office, which it seems like it's high quality office space, but that we gained some residential space, but at the same time, the amount of area that could have been used has been reduced significantly. So that's maybe a disappointment that I'm seeing with the project. I do think that we should look at potentially including intermittent sound checks for the restaurant spaces and anywhere where there might be noise concerns. I understand that that's been an issue in the area. So I would be in favor of that if other commissioners would like to work on that as well within the resolution. To just sort of conclude my thoughts though, I appreciate all of the public comments and it seems like there's a lot of people in support of this project. And, I think the reality is that it's a site that's been ready and looking for a good building and home for the community for a long time. And clearly there are community members that are looking to see this site developed. It's been a long time coming. Is it perfect? No. But I think the applicant has done a really great effort to coordinate with the city and with the commission and try to make the project a reality and make the project work for West Hollywood. Is it exemplary design? I think it has some really great high points. I think it has some other areas that I would hope to maybe see be refined a little bit more as the project design gets finalized. It's definitely a challenging site, but thinking about the alternatives and maybe previous plans that were considered for this site, it does seem like it's an improvement over some of the options that have been there previously. And the alternative of maybe not having something here right now seems like it's again, it's an empty lot with a hole in it. And this does seem like it's potentially a unique project that's really going to help revitalize this side of our community. So I think I'm in support of it. Obviously, there's some concerns I have, and I hope there's some continued refinement.
Thank you, Commissioner Lombardi. Commissioner Dutta?
Thank you. I think the modified plan that we've been presented is a much better plan than what was approved back in 2014. And clearly a lot has changed in the world in those 8 years as well. So I feel like this plan speaks a little bit better to 2022 and the conditions we face today. It's clear that a lot of the community is in favor of this project and is behind it. And sounds like the applicant and the applicant's team has worked in conjunction with neighborhood groups and our design review subcommittee to incorporate a lot of the changes and comments that were brought up. And so I do also commend them for making those efforts. For me, the biggest thing that I think is to be commended is that central courtyard and the removal of the central motor court. I think the motor court would have created a space that would not be inviting in any way, and that would essentially put the car at the center of this project. And now you have that unifying center courtyard with the paseos that bring everything together in this project. I think that addition is critical here to we heard from different neighborhoods within West Hollywood, such as West Hollywood West and Normal Triangle, that in this project is what's essentially going to unite them. So I think that is for me the biggest change here that I support. The activation along Almond, I also really do think that creating that as the neighborhood, as a residential scale, creating that as a residential street here with the activations along the street level. The applicant did a great job with that, particularly with the outdoor dining, the liner retail. I think for any concerns that I have, I echo what Commissioner Gregoire said earlier about questioning whether the smaller units potentially on the surface with their smaller square footage might garner a lower rental price, but I question how affordable the non-affordable units will actually be, and with the smaller square footage tied to them. From looking at the ingress and egress of the property, the Melrose exit in particular, I think given that you cannot, if you're proceeding west on Melrose, you kind of have to turn onto Santa Monica. You don't have any options there. So I can imagine a lot of cars turning left onto Melrose and what might come out of that particular left turn, and any potential issues or backups into the parking structure as well. So that would be something that I think would be a concern of mine as well. And then to pick up on something that Commissioner Carvalho mentioned earlier as well, and also looking at some of the renderings, especially the actual animated rendering that we saw at the end of the applicant's presentation, a lot of the store fronts and retailers that were shown are exactly the same retailers that you see at Westfield, Century City, or in Beverly Hills. And I think that, we already have that in the immediate vicinity. And what are we envisioning here? Are we envisioning those same types of stores, or the same exact stores, or something that is more unique to West Hollywood? And makes this a true gateway that is not just something that we see 2 miles down the street. So I am in support of this project, but those would be, some concerns I have here, but I do commend the applicant on the changes that were made here. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Dutta. Vice Chair Jones?
Thank you. I think my colleagues have hit on a lot of the things that I think I wanted to comment on this evening. But this is a hugely important project that predates even my time on Planning Commission. So I want to give it its due. This is a bit of an aside, I suppose. But the amount of subterranean parking, I had actually asked Adrian on staff to help me figure out how many buildings in West Hollywood have more parking, subterranean parking floors than this, and there actually are. There is at least one. So I just, it does seem deep, and I think this is, again, really not germane to this conversation. I know that the city has explored it kind of to its end, but it does pain me a little bit, the amount of water that's being pumped out of this site. But in any case, I will move on. I share my colleagues' notes about office space. I do understand that it's often easier to get financing with office space, but I think it's probably fair to say that, for a lot of my colleagues and a lot of the people who are living in West Hollywood, myself included, that knowledge workers especially are not going to be returning to office life as we knew it this time 2 years ago. Whether that's, creative workspace, I do understand that there are people who are going to need to be in an office. But if it's going to be office space, it's going to be office space. But I guess, to Commissioner Lombardi's point, I would just, I'm interested to know when I thought about, how that space would be used if it's not an office, because I don't want it to sit dormant. I don't know if anyone's been into the PDC of late, but there's not a lot going on in there right now. So I do share concerns about that, especially given the housing situation that we're in right now. I believe Commissioner Hoopengarner surfaced this as well, which again, I don't want to harp on this, but I do think that the maneuverability in the loading dock areas for trucks is going to be problematic. If anyone knows me and knows my time on commission, parking is a big deal to me. I think parking is important, and making sure that people who will be using the building have a good experience is pretty important. So I do want to note that, but especially with the court, the vehicular maneuverability diagram on level B1, it sounds like the applicant has addressed that. So I also, and I don't know that this would, is enough for me to, not support the project, but I agree with Commissioners Caballero and Lombardi that, and I believe Hoopengarner as well, that the gateway experience coming into the city is really, really important. And, that's one of, I think, 3 main entry points, maybe 4 for coming into the city of West Hollywood. And I just, it'd be really great if it could be something that, I don't know, a gallery or just something highly visual. I understand that, it is a beautiful space in and of itself, but I hesitate a little bit that it would just be a brand or a store or a restaurant of some kind. I like to think that it would be something a little more visually appealing, and candidly that has a little more depth than that. Those are my comments in general. Again, a lot of the more technical questions have been addressed, and to my satisfaction. Again, I really would like to see kind of a better gateway experience, and I do have some concerns about the office space, but all told, I think generally I'm in support of the project. That being said, if there is some kind of condition or some kind of condition that my colleagues want to talk about before we move into vote, I'm certainly amenable to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Jones. Commissioner Caballero.
Thank you, Chair. Those are all really great comments, and this is tougher than I thought it was going to be. And I'll start with the easy one. I originally mentioned the artist that was originally chosen for this project. And he does great kinetic work. All his work is kinetic art. And we didn't discuss, and I forgot to ask the applicant about the elevator tower, because we spent quite a bit of time in design review talking about how to modify the elevator tower to make it more engaging and more interesting. And I just kind of thought maybe this is something, actually a really great place to integrate the art, the kinetic art, onto that elevation, because it's a pretty stoic elevation. And I understand that the applicant probably doesn't want it on the main gateway building. So I would encourage the applicant to consider engaging the kinetic artist to install or integrate his work onto the elevator tower. I mean, all the comments are all really thoughtful. You know, I am in support of the micro units because the smaller carbon footprint makes sense, and the layouts are really quite well done. But I also completely agree with Chair Hoopengardner. It's like, if you actually took that residential and then divided it by 400 or 600 square feet, we would have quite a few more units. But I feel like, you know, given what the applicant has done, and especially the before and after, you know, side-by-side comparison, the project is deserving of moving forward. My biggest challenge is that gateway building, that little glass pavilion on the corner. I really have a hard time with that. And especially when I imagine, you know, the historic building across the street with a cool little restaurant and a little hotel, then you have the park. And then this just seems like, to me, like Chair Jones said, this is, you know, one of the major entries into West Hollywood. And do we want to have sort of glass box retail sort of as the entry point? I think something more meaningful, representative of our community is should be considered there. And whether a pavilion should be there at all, you know, does it become a pocket park? So it kind of, you know, plays off of the pocket park across the street and then creates a nice amenity for the hotel and the restaurant across the street, and just kind of ties everything together. That green space, I think, is very valuable. I mean, Tom Main has made a huge issue of that in his Holmby Hills house. It's like, you know, as the city becomes more dense, green space becomes more valuable. And I think this is a great place to sort of, you know, express that concern that we have, and that respect that we have for green space. And we kind of talked about this even a little bit with Robertson Lane and the restaurant on the corner. It's just, you know, we didn't want a metal tree, we wanted a real tree. So I don't know, I would go to legal to ask how one maybe looks at, you know, if we choose to move the project forward, how we write condition, not a condition, but, you know, just encouragement for the applicant. And I know they're in good hands with Rick Abramson to reconsider that corner piece.
If I can make a suggestion, Commissioner Caballero, because I do like many aspects of this, but to Vice Chair Jones's point, and like I said earlier, this is an iconic entrance. This should be world class, and that little retail space doesn't scream world class to me. And yes, you and I think both agree that a really amazing pocket park there that speaks to Kitty Corner, Beverly Hills, that is more on scale with across the street. There's plenty of additional FAR in this project. That FAR is not needed here. And I don't know that it's really going to bring that revenue that they think it is. And on the flip side, you know, making it a park, or to your point, you know, incorporating it with the median and making it a display place for, in the middle of that park, make it a display area for very large pieces of art that maybe rotate, and really, you know, make it iconic, you know.
Yeah. When you think of perpendicular parallel, the new piece that they just put in the park, I mean, something like that on this corner would be pretty fantastic. So yes, I agree.
So I guess my motion would be, that because this is too important. This isn't really, this is going to be around for the next 50 years. This is our gateway. There are no do-overs. And I agree with all of my colleagues. I agree that it's dramatically better than the previous approval. It better fits the community. I think there's many, many, many things to commend it, but this is a lifetime decision, and so I would like to make a motion that we continue this to give the applicant an opportunity to address that corner. And I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be addressed and whether or not it can be addressed in a meaningful way in a short period, because I know they want to get under construction and we all want the construction to happen, and everyone in the neighborhood wants to get rid of that, hole in the ground, a dust bowl, literally. And I realize it's a fairly significant change, but if it becomes a park, it's really just cut that off, make it go away. It's native soil, plant some trees, yay team. So it shouldn't be, and Rick, please feel free to, disagree with me in terms of my understanding of what it would take, but I think Commissioner Carviero, you're an architect. I mean, how hard would it be to chop that corner off and leave it and put it back into trees?
It becomes an economic decision, right? For the developer. So
obviously, but again, we're adding 130,000 square feet of additional FAR. We're adding, what was my number?
I agree.
$15 million in additional revenue per annum. Okay.
I totally understand. Yep. Makes sense.
And I'm sorry, we keep giving and giving and giving. What are we getting? We already got the overlay, because of these supposed additional amenities, et cetera, we got none of them,
Yep.
And this is too important. I look at this as our legacy. A lot of the other projects that we do around town, yeah, that's nice, whatever. This is our legacy. And I don't feel comfortable putting that little thing as our gateway. And I'd like to I think the applicant addressed all of our other concerns. And thank you for reminding me about what we talked about the elevator tower and the lighting and how that could and should be addressed. Because we all were in agreement on that. And I completely forgot that and it wasn't in my notes. So I would like to make a motion that we continue this to, let's pick a date in the very near term, to address that issue. And that's that, unless there's any other thoughts on the subject. That's my motion.
I understand my AirPods are about to die. 1 second. I knew that was going to happen. 1 second.
So Chair, I would not necessarily be inclined to support that. This project has been through design review and the applicant has submitted what they've submitted. And I think that we should vote on it. I don't think that we should continue this item. Not based on that, no.
So Vice Chair Jones, you had a comment.
Thank you. I actually am in agreement with Commissioner Thomas. I guess my concern is this. This is something that has sat vacant now for so long. And we've given, the applicant their due at our meeting tonight. We've had members of the public who have been able to weigh in. What I don't want is for us to continue this just for this part of this building and have that be the reason that this doesn't move forward.
Would you be amenable to, would you be amenable to, it's approved on the condition that that part is removed?
I'd like to ask legal if that is even something that we can condition. Can we condition something that would be you know, like requiring that something that's part of the building be taken away. I mean, I imagine that the applicant has put a lot of work into like penciling all of this out. And as my voting record,
I think
stands, I just want to understand a little bit more about what would be allowable, because I don't want to make a decision that would put us in some kind of like legal situation.
Well, I think it's a tricky approval to give, because you don't know exactly what that's going to look like when that piece is removed, and we don't know from the applicant what the financial component is of removing such a significant part of the project. So, I mean, well, yes, you could condition a project to make minor changes. It sounds a little more significant, and I would think you would want to see the final design before saying whether it's approved or not.
Well, in this case, the removal is a standalone building. It's not going to change any of the rest of anything else.
But it's still going to change the experience of pedestrians and people across the street and cars with the front of the building, or that side of the building. You know, again, I don't want any of my comments to, and sorry, Commissioner McGovern, go ahead, please. That's my bad, Chair McGovern. Please keep talking.
Well, I guess, and I appreciate the statement about this has been a dead space for eons, okay? But that has not been by our choice, okay? That has been the applicant's choice. And the applicant chose to demo and make the whole, knowing that they were going to ask for a redesign. That was the applicant's choice. So, and we've had this come up on other projects. Well, this existing building looks like crap. Yes, but the applicant has left it like that for literally decades. And so I don't feel that should be an important consideration in our decision about the approval of this building. Yes, Commissioner Caballero.
Is there a possibility that we could approve the entire project except for the pavilion on the corner, so that the project can move forward, but it gives the team, a moment to readdress that corner piece?
And that's what I was suggesting in terms of excising it. It's just approve it without approving the pavilion.
To be clear, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but to be clear, I don't object to the building, to the pavilion itself. My issue is with the proposed use of the pavilion and what that experience is going to be like. So I don't know that I'm not in favor of requiring that the building go away, but I would like to see it be used as something else. But again, I would like to, call on our legal team here to help me understand, within the bounds of the law and within the bounds of, case law and precedents that have been set, we don't just get to do whatever we want. So I want to make a decision that I feel that is legally sound and that I feel, is also going to benefit the community. Two things that sometimes seem that they're at odds with one another, if I'm being totally candid. But I would like some direction from legal there.
Right. I think what we need is a little more consensus from the commission on what changes you want, and then I can answer that question better. Is it go away? Is it use it differently? I think we need to understand what the issues are, and then we can try and problem solve what an appropriate action would be. Because I'm hearing a couple different things, and so it's difficult to answer that question.
Well, in design review, it was clearly expressed that we wanted, if a building was going to be there, we wanted it to be more interactive, not typical retail. That the ground floor, would really engage what's happening in the intersection and bringing that onto the site. So how it's presented right now, the restaurant on the rooftop was not presented in design review. So that is a move in the right direction, but it still feels like a glass box retail. And it just, like Chair Hoopengarten has said, this is such a major entry point into West Hollywood. Is that really what we want on that very important corner? If it was something that did at least open up and received people in a more meaningful way, I think that would be more engaging than this, this sort of glass box that really doesn't feel like it's very open. The staircase is sort of around the back, and it just doesn't feel right for that corner.
if those glass walls opened as garage doors and it became ground floor cafe space surrounded by trees, you know, it would activate the space. There's so many things, you know, yes, it wouldn't have to go away, but that's why option A is, you know, continuance, address these really real concerns in a month. When I'm not talking, you know, 6 months or anything like that. Or, you know, say, you know, we approve it without that construction, that it has to be native soil, you know, and maybe the resolution is to say that there needs to be X percent of native soil, which by definition, the only way to accomplish it is to get rid of it. I'm just joking, but you know, there's a lot of different approaches to this.
Yeah, now that I see the plan, you know, since, you know, in this new presentation, it's almost like the cafe that's in the entry off of Santa Monica Boulevard should be
in that corner.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
and the pavilion should be moved into the entryway, and then you just kind of walk around the pavilion. Yeah, it seems like that might be more sensitive to the site than what's being presented to us right now.
We do have a motion on the floor, so can we build some, like, just hear from the other commissioners who haven't had an opportunity to speak in terms of just like what's currently on the floor?
Sure, Commissioner Lombardi.
Yeah, could I be reminded exactly what the motion is on the floor? And I had my thoughts just to try to.
I don't even remember.
The motion was,
I think the original
made a motion to remove the pavilion
was
entirely.
Okay.
The original motion was a continuance.
A continuance. Okay. It seems like perhaps there's mixed interest regarding the elimination of the pavilion or it becoming something that's a little bit different than maybe cookie cutter retail. I don't know, this is probably a question for legal, but perhaps there's a way where that could be left open-ended, but the project could be approved and that would just need to be revisited. And the applicant could kind of take the feedback and thought that everyone wants to provide here and try to pick a track on that one. I mean, personally, I love the idea of it all being a park, but I could see there being something there that's kind of special. But my fear is that it's just, you know, a restaurant or retail that really is effectively a giant advertisement when you enter the city. And I do feel like, although this is a big site and it's been empty for a long time, it's true that, you know, this is our shot to really do something great for the city. And, you know, a few weeks, maybe there's a way that we can keep the project moving, but find something that's really suitable for the city at the same time, because it's now is the time to make that decision, and we'll be living with whatever goes there for a very long time.
Commissioner Gregoire, I saw your hand.
Yeah, you know, I'm still prepared to approve the project as it's been presented tonight. I don't know. I actually think I like the pavilion. I agree with everybody that if it's just some small retail operation, it's not all that enticing. I'm not convinced a small retail operation is going to be successful in that location. Seems to me like a cafe probably would be much more successful there. And maybe this is a question for legal, but are we approving that it has to be retail? Does the project have the option to put a cafe or a restaurant in there? Because to me, it seems like that's a natural place for a cafe or a coffee shop or something. My guess is that's what's going to want to go in there anyways.
Well, and we can't condition that really, I don't think. And they'll just, you know, if they want to change the use, they'll come and apply to change the use. So, I mean, are we fine with it being a Starbucks? You know, for it to be the big gay Starbucks West, you know, does that what we want to be on our Western gateway, on our big iconic entrance? And I can see that easily happening, that becomes a Starbucks.
I'm fine with that. I prefer it not be Starbucks per se, but I'm okay with it being a cafe. I think that would be a really inviting entrance to our city. That, you know, it's pedestrian friendly. You know, people are coming in there and getting coffee or pastry or whatever and relaxing. It seems like it would draw people into that project. It would make it more inviting. So
certainly
again,
anything that was food oriented to me would be far superior to you know, traditional retail. And by the way, with all deference to Starbucks, we love you and you are big in our city and our neighbors love you. So it's not about Starbucks per se. It's about having, you know, we're a city of a lot of wonderful, unique venues, and this is an opportunity for that. And I'd hate to see it go missing. Ms. Langer.
I just wanted to answer the question that what you're approving tonight is the general design and the plan, and it's proposed, that area is proposed for retail now. There's a parking calculation that's associated with this package of uses they're proposing, but projects can always come in and propose to use a tenant space in a different way, and it will be reviewed by the planning department the way any change of use would be proposed, whether it's cafe or retail or something else. And Adrian and John will look and, you know, confirm that it meets parking requirements and whatever other requirements there are for different uses. So you are approving the design of the space. It's proposed to be used for a certain use, and that could change in the future.
And that's precisely my point, and I think Commissioner Jones's point in terms of retail and how that space is designed. I mean, it looks really pretty right now because it's all glass, okay? But the minute you start putting in banquettes and you start putting in, you know, coffee machines and soda machines, and you start putting things up against that glass, it's just like when you have all these pretty apartment buildings, it's like, oh, it all looks nice, but then everybody puts in different, you know, colored drapes, and now it's not that image, okay? So I think you need to be really clear about how this particular glass ball is going to be developed, and it's going to be developed in a way that is not going to look like that, okay? It is not.
What about a percentage of glass that can't be obstructed, or some sort of design condition that when you implement it, it keeps the design that you're liking?
I just don't think
I'll defer to Adrian and John on specifics of that. It's just an idea if you want to keep the glass open.
Well, it's a good thought. I don't know how practical it is. I mean, even if you put a clothing store in there, you see the minute you put a clothing store in and you have racks, it changes that visual. And so I think we all need to be clear that that glass ball is not what we're ever going to see after day one.
Right, they're presenting it like galleries right now.
Yeah,
there's nothing up against the wall. It's not going to look like that. And I just go back to my original comment. It's like, I would love to approve the rest of the project, but just continue to study this corner because it's such an important corner and it's been discussed for years. And I just feel like this still needs a little bit more study.
I will say on the condition thing, I know on at least one other project where we were really concerned with the window treatments in the street, we did have conditions limiting what could be placed on the inside of the windows. Of course, that winds up being a code compliance issue at some point, potentially, but you know, if that's a concern, you know, because this is a gateway and we're having to make the gateway findings, one of the thing might be that, you know, the glass, whatever we call that, the glass box, you know, has a condition that nothing can be placed up against the windows on the inside of it so that the windows are always clear.
And I want to add one other thing. Oh, go on.
Well, to your point, Lauren, you know, anybody could go to staff and say, oh, we want to do this use. And 10 years from now, all of a sudden, 5 years from now, it's, you know, everybody's forgotten this conversation. And now we've got, you know, all kinds of things going in there. And that image, I mean, it's pretty right now. Aesthetically, it's a little glowy ball, you know, but it is not going to look like that. That is not how the lighting's going to be. that is not how, what, if you're going to put, that's going to be really pricey real estate. And whatever pricey thing is going to be, unless you put like little jewelry counters around that interior wall and that's it, there's going to be things in there that are going to create reflection, that are going to create shadow. That building is not ever going to look like that. And I mean, Commissioner Caballero, do you disagree? I mean, it's not going to look like that.
I agree.
I'm wondering if, all this conversation about continuing, if perhaps you could reopen the hearing and ask the applicant to comment on, they've definitely heard a lot of comments here. Maybe they can provide some response.
I'm happy to do that if my colleagues agree. Consensus? Okay, then I will reopen the public comment portion of this public hearing and ask the applicant to respond to all of this lively conversation.
Good evening again, commissioners. Thank you, and we've certainly heard the feedback this evening. And respectfully, we would request that there be a vote tonight and there not be a continuance. Chair Huben-Gardner, just to clarify the timing delays with this project was in almost 4 years of litigation when no construction could be completed, and the applicant has moved quickly to construct the project to avoid losing the entitlements that are already approved for the site. We need to move forward one way or the other. The applicant has already pulled permits for the original project, wanted to make improvements and make it a better project. That's the project that we have before you, but we need to move forward with the project. We're sort of at a critical point in construction. We've bottomed out now in the excavation, and we would respectfully request a vote this evening.
Okay, thank you. Now I will ask one last question. Conditioning, I don't know if this would even help, but just never mind. It's not possible to condition it to look like it is in the pictures. It's just not possible. Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions of the applicant, then I will reclose the public comment portion of the public hearing.
I would like to move approval of the project as presented and recommended by staff.
There's a motion currently on the floor.
I believe there was already a motion on the floor. Is this a substitute motion? Which would negate the
first motion never received a second, as far as my
got it. Okay.
Show. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, Chair, I apologize. I just wanted to finish my comments from earlier. I apologize that I needed to take a break, but if I could.
Yes, you may.
And I really am losing my voice, so I think I'm going to be talking pretty slowly, but I'll try to just get through these thoughts. I think the last thing that I mentioned was my concerns about the parking. I do think, this project was originally approved with a lot more parking. And I understand that it was quite some time ago, and we've had some changes in our zoning ordinance, and transit is changing. And I understand that the applicant has conducted a study. I'm just not convinced that most people aren't using their cars, and I'm concerned about traffic and congestion in the area. I think it's a well-designed project, and I think it will be an iconic gateway, and so much care has been taken to make it visually stimulating. But I'm a bit underwhelmed with both the staircase and the pedestrian paseos. I think these areas could have included a little bit more innovation or culture, or even some Instagrammable moment. Regarding the retail spaces, oftentimes projects of this scale make the retail spaces so large, only huge corporations and major brands can afford to occupy the space. So I'm glad to see that the retail liners are intended to include incubators and mom and pop retailers, and that the gateway building yields itself to being carved up to accommodate smaller companies so that we can continue to have the community-focused retailers that West Hollywood is known for. And finally, I just wanted to commend the great work of the Design Review Committee. And I also wanted to thank everyone who called in this evening on this project. And that's all that I have, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. In light of the applicant's statement, I would like to amend my motion to be a motion to approve the project as presented, except for the component named the component building, which is a standalone building named the Pavilion. Yes, Ms. Langer.
So I think that's a really difficult thing to accomplish because it's one project and it's not, can't really be bifurcated into different pieces. The findings are for one site, the environmental review is for one site, the parking calculation, everything is for the totality of the site. So I don't know if Adrian and John have any other ideas of how to accomplish that, but it's one project. So I think you can direct design changes, but I don't think you can approve the project subject to one other piece of it being left unapproved for further review.
Right, we would need to know what's going to go in its place. And so I'm trying to pull up the resolution to see what kind of findings we have to make for the, I think there's, Adrian, is there a finding on gateways?
Let me check.
Because we would have to say that, you know, we're going to eliminate this feature of the project and replace it with something else. Because, you know, there would have to be a plan that's approved, that is approved tonight for that area.
I do have a thought just to throw out there. I think the concern is that the building itself might be changed through a tenant and branding. One opportunity is to look at the door systems themselves. And if the doors were lift up doors, then that would preclude any sort of blockage of the exterior. And it would somewhat ensure that it remain more of a glass pavilion that's more indoor-outdoor space and invite the outdoor green space sort of into the space. So that's something that maybe could be considered, that the pavilion could stay as is, and it's just the door system that be looked at.
I like it, Rick, and that's my earlier suggestion. Now, how would you address the second floor?
Well, as was said earlier, you know, tenant use can change at any point. So I don't know that it can be conditioned, the type of use, but I think with operability and other things, it suggests a type of use that has to stay away from the perimeters and would
stay away from the perimeters. And what would you speak to signage, exterior signage? Because there's the possibility, I think, to Vice Chair Jones's point about branding and, you know, sticking a Gap sign on the side of it or whatever.
Well, I think Adrian can address that. I think there's sign restrictions and creative sign options that they would have to go through for approval.
A sign program would be required before C of O for the building and for the project.
Sorry, you broke up on my end a little bit, Adrian. Could you try that again?
Oh, as a comprehensive sign program would be required as part of the certificate of occupancy for the building. That would dictate where signs would go for that pavilion and for the entire project.
For the pavilion.
I mean, the program would evaluate signage for not only the pavilion but also for the buildings on the campus. So the program would let us know, or let the tenant know, where they could place signs for that pavilion.
So that means at some point, you know, when it's getting closer, ready to be occupied, they'd have to come in with a plan and show how all the signage is going to be related and how they're going to address it. So that way individual tenants wouldn't be able to come in and just put whatever they wanted on it. So the owner of the property kind of sets the framework for what the signage is going to look like. And so that allows us to review and make sure that what's going on in the pavilion is somehow related to the overall scheme and it's not just someone's logo tacked on unrelated to the rest of the signage.
And that's great, but again, I would feel more comfortable if that was specifically codified, given that we've just spent untold amount of time on this conversation, that it would be in the resolution so that it's very clear and it's traceable, because you guys are going to go as a group and buy a lottery ticket, and then we have a whole new set of staff who's forgotten about this conversation, and it's not in the resolution. It's not. It can easily get missed. So I like
condition 9.7 already states that as far as the sign program.
9.7.
9.7.
It says prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, a comprehensive sign program application shall be submitted, reviewed, and approved by the Director of Planning and Development Services.
But that's the C of O. That's not speaking to ongoing and speaking to the pavilion in particular.
The sign program is ongoing. The comprehensive sign program sets the framework for all the signage that comes in the future.
Okay, that addresses that. So that, I think that was your largest issue, Vice Chair Jones, was the signage and the retail use. Oops, you're on mute.
It's not the signage, it's the use. But again, I don't know. We can't condition what it can be used for without, I don't think that is going to go over well. So,
No,
I guess we could.
I don't intend to. It would not be part of my motion. It's about the visuals and the visual, I think Rick's suggestion about, when I said the garage doors, if we condition that they're garage doors on the ground floor, then by definition for building and safety, they wouldn't be able to put anything around, at those garage doors. If on the second floor, we further condition that there can't be anything within X feet of the glass. I don't know, Rick, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that one's more difficult. But again, off the second floor, if there was a real desire to ensure the integrity of that glass in a park setting, one could have awning windows on the second floor with just glass guardrails so that the building actually opens up and becomes an indoor-outdoor pavilion, a true pavilion, through awnings and lift up doors. And then it'll always have a program that's more internal and around the elevator core.
Chair, keep in mind that if we condition the first floor of the pavilion to be garage doors, that limits the restaurant use because they can't have that open air inside the space. It has to be sealed off. So the restaurant may have limitations on the garage door scenario.
The entire space has to be sealed off?
No, where the kitchen is. They have to separate the kitchen and the dining area. So if you open the garage door as to the outside, then that limits on how much can be open to the kitchen.
My understanding was the kitchen was going below grade.
But I'm just saying, it all depends on the tenant's request where they want the kitchen. That's an option for the kitchen. I'm saying, if someone wants the kitchen area on the ground floor, then they're limited on how much space they can use based on the garage door scenario.
I personally don't have a problem with that because we would never want a kitchen on that ground floor if we're trying to create that open space with the garage doors and open seating and integrate into the park space. I mean, that would be the whole point, is to not have the kitchen on that ground floor.
All right.
I would also just suggest for nomenclature not to use the term garage doors. I think if you just refer to them as mechanized lift-up doors, there's enough different varieties and different types that could be explored and gives the applicant more flexibility. I think
sure.
Garage doors would be the term.
That's great. All right. I think we've cobbled it together. Now Lauren put it in words.
So we have a resolution that, okay, condition 2.4 says this approval is for those plans, date stamped February, there's no date, but it should say February 17th, 2017. Reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission at its meeting of February 17th, 2022. I would add language here saying, provided that the design is revised to include mechanized lift-up glass doors and awnings on the, what would you call this area?
First floor, the entire first floor
Of which building?
the pavilion.
Of the pavilion, subject to the approval of the Planning and Development Services Director. And then Adrian read a revised condition in during his presentation, so that should be added into the resolution as well.
And
about
we,
the string
we had
lights.
Rick, but we had Rick's language on the second floor. Rick, would you like to reiterate what you said?
Well, I think that's what Lauren was mentioning, the awning. That would be the second floor on the awnings on the second floor. Awning windows.
Oh, but she said that was on the first floor. So Lauren, you have to
No,
break
no,
that up.
lift up mechanical on the ground level and awnings on the second level. If that was the desire.
Okay, let me read it again. Provided that the design is revised to include mechanized lift-up glass doors on the first floor and awnings on the second floor of the pavilion building, subject to approval of the Planning and Development Services Director.
Commissioner Lombardi.
One clarification, do we need to refer to this as the Gateway Pavilion? Because I
there's
think
only
that,
one pavilion. Is there more than one pavilion on the plan?
am I mistaking that the other corner was referred to as a pavilion as well? Maybe it was not, but I thought I saw that.
Happy to add that as
Yeah,
Gateway Pavilion to be 100%
yeah.
clear.
Mm-hmm. Thoughts, Commissioner Caballero?
I think we're headed in the right direction.
I mean, it doesn't get our trees back. But-
No, I understand that limitation though.
Okay, so we have an amended 2.4. Are there any additional recommendations, requests?
Was there a
Then I
second
have-
on that motion?
Yeah, I'm restating the amended motion. That I move to approve the staff report and recommendation and the resolutions with the amended as outlined by our attorney, Ms. Langer, 2.4, to address the pavilion glass walls. And that would be the only amendment. Is there a second? Commissioner Thomas, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Then, David, would you please call the vote? Oh, Commissioner Caballero?
Could you repeat the motion? Because you cut out and I didn't hear part of it. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that we all understand.
Sure, happy to. It's been a technological challenge evening.
Yeah.
Motion is to approve the staff report as presented, with the exception of amendment to Resolution 2.4 to include the language outlined by Attorney Langer relating to the current storefronts being changed to mechanized, whatever we called it, raised, lift up mechanized and awning.
Thank you.
And I think also the item that Adrian read into the record about the condition that the applicant volunteered.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
7.47, right.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you. So that would be my motion. Approve it with those two amendments. And we have a second. Did Commissioner or Thomas seconded? Are there any other questions or comments? And David, can we call the vote?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's like the art, the 1% for art. Can we include that at all as part of it? Part of this?
There was a condition on the art in here.
There is.
4.4.
The fees.
Oh, but this allows an in lieu. So you want to remove the in lieu and require the on-site?
So, the arts provision is is operated by a different commission. And so the city has granted the authority on where the art goes and what the art looks like and whether or not it's paid or constructed to another body. And that body is the Fine Arts Commission.
Yeah, my hope was just that it would address our issues with the elevator core, that maybe it could be used to articulate that piece of the building, which wasn't really dealt with after our design review.
Do you have a recommendation on what sort of amendment you would like?
That they consider using the kinetic art on the elevator core of in the central courtyard.
But can we do a consider language in a resolution, or do we have to do thou shalt or thou shalt not?
I think you can do considered language. It's a strong recommendation from a full vote of the Planning Commission. It may work out that it doesn't get incorporated because it's not mandatory, but as John Kehoe points out, there's a full Arts Commission that reviews and implements the art plan. So
if we
I think
amended
a recommendation from the commission has weight.
So if we amended 4.4 to add another sentence, but the commission has recommended that X artist Y piece be strongly considered to be incorporated, you know the words better.
Yes, you could say the Planning Commission recommends that the that the art plan include on-site art,
incorporate
for the elevator. Commissioner Cavallaro, what was the term for the elevator?
Tower.
They call it the campanile. They call it the campanile in their plan.
Oh. So just consider on-site art, or there was something specific you said about the kinetic art?
I mean, the artist that was chosen for this project does kinetic artwork. So I don't remember the artist's name. It would make sense to include the artist's name, but.
Has the artist been absolutely selected, or is that just a concept?
So it seems to me that might be going a bit far, saying you're recommending a particular artist. The idea is that the Planning Commission suggests that and I'm going to miss the name, the Fine Arts Commission, or what is it, Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, consider placing the on-site art on the Campanile feature using a kinetic artist.
The artist was chosen because we voted on it like 7-8 years ago. So unless that was thrown out, that's why I'm bringing up the whole thing about the kinetic art, because it was very specific.
So rather than saying a kinetic artist, would you say incorporate kinetic art on the Campanile?
Yeah, that would be great.
We don't have a name.
I'm sorry, I'm dragging this out and I don't want to, but I'm just responding to an approval when I was on Arts Commission for the artist for this project. And if I recall, Mr. Moore said that artist was still in play. So my request is only to consider using the art installation on the elevator core, because it hasn't been addressed, and it was something that the design review was very concerned about because it's a very flat elevation. And I just put the two together, it kind of makes sense. So I'm assuming they could just engage the artist that's already chosen for this project to consider that elevation and using that elevation for his art installation.
Certainly, Ms. Langer, the important point is to deal with that flat white chunk of elevator shaft, which we very clearly spoke of at planning, at design review. So it's about the art in conjunction with that elevator shaft.
Yeah, that's helpful. So the Planning Commission recommends that the on-site art plan include art placed on the elevation of the elevator core. And I'm going to put in parentheses the Campanile. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
But it's a recommendation, and then the art plan is dealt with at the Arts Commission.
Yes.
I want to make that clear. It's a recommendation.
Yep.
So I would amend my motion to include this amendment to 4.4.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas, you're still on board as a second? Okay. All right. Any more last minute? Okay. Right. We have a motion and a second. David, would you please call the vote?
Thank you. Thomas?
You broke up.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero?
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta?
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones?
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner?
Yes.
And the motion carries unanimously, approving resolution number PC 22-1456 as amended. There is an appeal process for this project for the moment. Resolution, the Planning Commission just memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David. Item 10E, 8920 Sunset Boulevard has been continued to a date certain of March 3rd. Item 11A, new business planning commission subcommittee appointments. As we all know, Commissioner Vinson was serving on long range planning, and I have been asked to fill her seat, and I have asked Commissioner Thomas to be so kind as to do so, and she has said yes. And so with that, unless there's any discussion on that item, there being none, I will move on to item 12, unfinished business. There is none. Item 13, excluded consent calendar. There is none. Item 14, items for staff planning managers update. Robin, you lucky winner. You've got to be here all night just for this.
Hello, everyone. We don't have too much of an update tonight. I just want to go over what is coming up on March 3rd. As Chair Hoopengartner said, 8920 Sunset Boulevard has been continued to that meeting. It's the Arts Club. And then we also have another subdivision at 8314 North Willoughby Avenue. And then on March 17th, we're going to be bringing back SB 9. There was some noticing issues with that item, unfortunately. So we need to bring it back just to make sure everybody knows what's going on. We will have a community meeting set up before then with those neighborhoods as well. And that's it for me.
Excellent. Thank you, Robin. Item 15, public comment. David, do we have any surviving public?
I received no public form for this item. If you're still on the platform and would like to comment, or if anybody would like to comment, please start for me or use the raise hand feature. Actually, we do have one, Kathy Blavis. Go ahead, Kathy, you have 2 minutes to make a comment.
Good evening. I will certainly not take up 2 minutes at this time. Kathy Blavis, resident of West Hollywood. I just really want to applaud you all for the deliberations you did this evening on the Melrose Triangle. You all did incredible work. You deliberated, your concerns were met. You made, in my opinion, the right decisions on this. And perhaps you all have these opinions based on the East Side Gateway, which is the antithesis of what is being approved or ultimately approved on the West Side. So I literally just wanted to thank you all and thank you for your deliberation and have a lovely evening. Good night.
Thank you, Kathy. And Chair, that looks like we are all clear for the rest of this item.
Thank you, David. That moves us to item 16, items for commissioners. A commissioner comment. I will make one very brief one. I second Kathy Blavis's motion. You know, it takes a village, and that's how we get better projects. Any other comments? 16B subcommittee management. Robin, I guess do we have any?
Yes, for design review coming up in March 24th, we have the review of 1201 North Detroit Street. It's a 5-story, 48-unit affordable housing project. And then scheduled right now, we have 2 ZTAs coming for the long range project subcommittee, which will be on March 17th.
And what are the 2 ZTAs?
They are both related to the temporary to permit actions sanctioned by council. So one is dealing with outdoor dining and making, allowing for parking to be lifted. And then the other one is looking at alcohol delivery and takeout. So it's really taking the temporary allowances for the pandemic related to outdoor dining and making them public per the alcohol board.
Okay. All right. With that, we are adjourned. This planning commission is adjourned till its regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, March 3rd, beginning at 6:30 p.m. And that would be same bat time, same station. I will see you guys face to face sometime before the 12th of never. And have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.